Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Lummy, is there a date that they're bringing these people back?
No, it says the White House and NASA have not responded to comments.
They also, I think they're getting a huge payday.
Oh, who will they get paid by?
Oh, they're getting paid. They announced the other day they're getting paid. Big time.
I mean, like even before they get lawyers involved, they're just getting big paychecks.
They're getting paid.
As soon as they get off the ship, they're going to have these big sweepstake checks for them.
Yeah, the government's paying them unless Elon gets hold of it, cuts the checks in half.
Right.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Lummy. 2 minutes late today.
0 for 3 today.
People that work under your authority. And then I go to put my headphones on, and they're gone. What in the hell, Lummy? What?
Cool. I know. I was making sure.
What in the hell is your problem? First of all, late. And you got to lead by example. You know that. You got to lead by example. And it's raining. Dan made it here on time. Seth made it here on time. Rhett made it here on time. Macho Man made it here on time. But the executive producer
was late.
In all fairness, I did think I was going to die the whole time I was driving over here.
Shut up.
Okay, all right.
It was slippery.
It's slippery.
Yeah, it was really slippery this morning.
Yeah, well, okay, whatever.
It's like it hadn't rained in a while, Bubba, so it gets like really greasy with this kind of rain.
It means you back it down a notch.
Yeah, I had to.
That's what I was going 37 on the 75.
I was going 30. Seth has like a white knuckle Willie, and he's going 40 across the bridge, and there's a big long line behind him. Just
beeping.
Now, do you take the Howard Franklin or the Gandy?
I thought about not taking the Howard Franklin today because of the rain, and I do get a little white knuckle, but I decided to go ahead and do it. And I just let the 18-wheelers were sailing by me.
But you
put a bunch of water in front of me. I'm messing with the defroster. I can't get the temperature right. I'm too hot, and then I can't see. It's a lot, Bubba.
Now, are you the kind of guy that stays in the right lane the entire time?
Yes.
Do you have your hazards? Did you put on your hazards?
No, and I didn't put my brights on, despite the fact that I could barely see.
Right.
So I wanted to think about everybody else before my own life.
You can't sketch it so that you can run 85 and make it on time. You have to make it so that you run 60 and make it on time. Did you?
I left a little early. My problem was that when people see a police officer, no matter where the jurisdiction is, whether it's a USF cop, a St. Pete Beach cop, everyone goes about 10 miles under the speed limit and then sits behind him the whole time.
That's when you gas it up.
I did, but I couldn't get around
because
anyone.
you know that Sumter County guy can't get you.
And I did. It was a USF St. Pete campus cop. By the time I got around him,
is that really a cop?
No, I gunned it because I knew I was going to be late if I didn't.
It is a cop when he's in his 2-mile jurisdiction. A USF St. Pete cop is a cop when he's at the USF St. Pete campus. But that's about 46 miles from where Lummy is on 75.
And I knew the whole time that I was sitting behind these tractor trailers and I was about to start recording. And then I thought that was irresponsible of myself because I was going 54 on 75. And until I got to past Bush and Sly, was I able to get around the USF cop. And then I obviously tried to gas it up through downtown, and I was late.
Was the cop a woman, Lummy? Can we blame DEI in any way, shape, or
No.
form?
It was an African-American woman police officer.
Oh, boy.
Going 45, I feel like, on 75. So I apologize, Bubba.
Lummy,
but no, I'm 100% in the wrong.
You can't be late. In fact, Lummy, I'd prefer you to be a little bit early so that I could probably talk about some things.
Not a problem.
I feel you and I think one of the problems we have here is that you and I don't do enough one-on-one communications.
Yes.
Which is something that we need to work on.
Yes, I agree.
A lot of the problems around here are my fault for just, don't
sell yourself short.
No, a lot of the things that go on around here are that I am mad about or that need fixed are my fault because I don't stay on the people that have tasks. I don't micromanage, and I don't think I need to micromanage. I think I just need to communicate better with people, have more one-on-ones, I had a one-on-one with Macho today. And it wasn't that I was spotting him on bench press. I actually had a one-on-one meeting with him. I had a one-on-one meeting with Seth on Friday. So I think I got to have more one-on-ones around here, Lummy, and one of which is probably you maybe adjusting your time schedule a little bit and getting here about maybe, 5:20.
Okay.
5:25.
Not a problem.
Something like that.
Yes, sir.
Just saying.
Yes, I will.
No problem.
Thank you.
Dr. Dan, how did your weekend go?
Lovely. How was yours?
My weekend was really good. Friday, I just I relaxed. I'm trying to catch up on my sleep a little bit from the big 4-week gimmick at the track. Then Saturday, I spent all day with my mom.
Did that go well?
Yeah, but there's a problem.
What's the problem?
She's got a brand new Cadillac. Well, she's okay.
She traded in her Chevy?
Well, no. My mom has a Cadillac SUV, a 2021 CT5 SUV V6 Cadillac it's mint.
Right, those are nice. I've driven those before.
It's mint. It's got 23,000 miles on it.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
It's mint. And
you want that, don't you?
Well, I mean,
it's a cool car.
Sure.
Take the smart car, Ma.
But she had a 3-year lease on it, right? No, 4-year lease on it. She had a 4-year lease on it.
Did she get it in 21 or did she get it like used?
No, she got it brand new. She got it brand new. She bought it brand new.
Okay.
And so the Cadillac dealership's wearing her out because they want it. They want it bad. They want her to turn it in on March 19th, the turn-in day, and she walk away from it because that's what you do with most lease. If there's any type of deposit or something like that, you get that back. based on being no damage or things like that. But if you listen, you flipped and have leased a lot of your Ferraris. Well, you'll flip it.
I've leased so many cars, but sometimes you buy them.
Right, exactly. So we're looking at her car, and it's got 23,400 miles. It's mint. It's mint.
That's like $5,000 a year.
She hasn't even gone through her first set of tires yet.
Oh my God.
It's mint. And so
they'll steal it from her.
So they're calling her and calling her. So I call my car guy, and I said, "What's a 2001 completely mint, 23,400 miles Cadillac?" She's got the V6 white. It's fully loaded. CT or CTV or VS, whatever.
I know what you're talking about.
He's like, right now on my lot, I got a 2021 that's got 71,000 miles on it that I'm asking 38.5 for.
What's the buyout?
My mom's buyout's 24,000.
Oh, you have to do it. You have to buy it out.
So listen to this. So I tell my mom, and she's got the cash. I go, Mom, we've got to buy this thing. You got like $16,000 cash equity in it. You got to buy it.
At least 12.
She's like, "Oh, I want to buy it. I don't want a new car. This is a car I picked out because I liked it all along. I want to buy it." So I call the dealership up on Saturday and get a hold of her salesman. And his name's Travis. He's super cool. And we're like, "Hey, listen, we're going to come. We make a date for my mom and I to go." My mom's like, "I don't want to go in there by myself." Because my mom's
scary.
Yeah, my mom's 79, and she doesn't. She just doesn't want to go in there.
They're going to get her on all the warranties that they get me on.
They'll do something. They'll take it,
I feel guilty when they start asking me what I want.
Come to find out, though, the minute that she get after the 19th of March, when she officially buys her vehicle outright, they give her the title to it. Now there is no more warranty. So they can sell her an extended warranty. I was talking to my other dude, and he was like, "Really, the extended warranty with that low miles is kind of a ripoff when you got guys like Terry's Automotive that can fix from the." I mean, listen, I don't think it's actually called Preferred Automotive. Preferred Automotive. It's where
Preferred Auto Service.
Yeah, Preferred Auto Service in Drew Park. And this guy, Terry, has been working for the Diacos for I don't know how long, but he can fix everything from the cream machine to a Lamborghini.
813-875-8007.
I need to write that down so I have it. So this guy here, there's no sense on buying a extended warranty when Terry can fix anything. Anything. I mean, I'm talking about he's pulled complete motors out of Ferraris before,
yes,
and fixed things for Dan that would have costed $75,000 to the dealership for $18,000.
Right.
Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So I'm like, "Mom, you don't need the extended warranty. I got a guy." She's like, "Well, I got a guy." So Merch Crick steps in, let me tell you something. He's the guy that the Diacos use, and he's the guy, he fixed the cream machine, and he's fixed,
He was Jimmy Cleavis's guy originally.
Yeah, is that how we found out about him? Okay.
Jimmy Cleavis.
Leave it to Jimmy Cleavis to know every nook and cranny of coolness. So we get in, one of the traditions we have, just because I feel like, even though my mom showed me her bank account this weekend, I was like, Jesus Christ, what in the hell?
Why'd you show your bank account?
Well, because she was going.
You asked?
No, she was going through. We were going through.
Was she like
whether or not to
coughing?
buy or release?
Yeah,
or...
I was like, "Mom, do you have the money?" And she's like, "Do I have the money? Let me show you my 3 accounts." So she said, my mom opens up her Truist account. She's got one account for her monthly bills. She's got one money market Willie, and then another money market Willie. And she shows, "I got plenty of money. I got enough money to pay for this just in my slush account." And I got to look, I was like, "Oh my God. Oh, girl's loaded." So anyway.
So yeah, you could actually, the other thing is an option is releasing it. You could lease it for another 3 years if you wanted to.
No way.
I mean, I realize that buying it's fine, but
right.
But
I mean, we can
for
literally
people out there, after you get to the end of your lease, you can exercise your buyout if it's worth more, and then release it.
Well, she's just going to trust me after seeing her 3 accounts. She's just going to buy it out. So one of the traditions that we do when I go see my mom is we go out to dinner. Usually it's Culver's, but she said she was Culvered out. So we went to this little Mexican place right by where she lives.
That place is really good, by the way.
The San Jose Willie? Yes.
Is it really?
Yeah, I tried it. It's
yeah,
really good.
you're familiar, aren't
Yes,
you? Yeah.
It's really good.
It's right there by the Publix.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. It's like, Dan, it's authentic Mexican. Like, I mean, they're not back there just, from U.S. Foods or Cisco Brothers, warming up some type of, pre-made burrito. They're rolling their burrito themselves. Like, let me tell you, all their chips are homemade.
You can tell they're doing it fresh.
Yeah. So we go there. Well, one of the things I just feel, even though my mom has way more money than me, is I always check to see where her gas is, and I always get her a car wash. So we go across the street. I fill up. I top off her tank. And then I always get the car wash. So we're getting a car wash. Well, I noticed that her engine light was on. I'm like, what the hell is your engine? And her low need to add oil / change the oil / need a new air filter light is on. So after we get the car wash, I go and pull over to the side a little bit. And I get her owner's manual out to figure out how to reset that. Well, first of all, I check her oil because the oil reset light will not reset if your oil is low.
Really?
Yeah, no, it won't. It will not. That's like one of the warning signs. So I go and I turn the car off, check her oil, perfect. Check her sticker when she needs a new oil change. She still has 3,000 miles. They change it every 5,000 miles. They use synthetic Mobil 1. So I checked. She's still got 2,000 or 3,000 miles left on
until she's ready for it.
She's got her mileage on her car is 24,300. She's not due for her next oil change until 26,000.
Oh.
So so she's not. Her oil is the life of her oil is not used up. She's got 4,000 miles left on her oil longevity. She's not low on oil. So why can't I get this light to turn off? So I turn the car off, reset it, turn it back on, engine light comes on, and it's showing and it's throwing me the low oil, change oil, air filter. And the light and the engine light keeps coming on.
And that's not the gas cap being not tight?
No, the gas cap's tight.
Because that'll throw an engine light.
No, I checked. Not only did I check the gas cap, but I checked the oil. I filled the oil filter cap. I checked.
Air.
I checked that. Checked the oil fluid. I didn't have a Phillips screwdriver, or I would have pulled up her air filter. So we drive it home, and I call a guy, and they're coming to look, and I'm thinking like, man, she needs, like, if this is I'm thinking maybe it's an oil pump. Maybe it's an oil pump.
Like what happened in my car.
Yeah. And so maybe
freeze up the engine, Willie.
Yeah.
You don't want that.
So I call, this is Saturday, I call her guy, Travis, which we have his cell phone. I'm like, Travis, I know, and we set a date to go in there to do all her paperwork, and he's going to have all her, because I guess buying a car outright from a lease is just like buying a car regularly, less the financing. It's quite a bit of paperwork. And so I call him and say, hey, Travis, before we buy this, we need to see if indeed this might be something a little more catastrophic than just, an O2 sensor or, something like that. So they're coming to pick up my mom's car. And since it's an oil-related issue, they're not going to drive it. They're going to flatbed it. So they're coming to flatbed my mom's Cadillac today because, Dan, why would we buy it if it's got a faulty oil pump? And what a faulty oil pump at the end of the day is going to absolutely blow your motor up, kind of like it did the Escalade.
Right. How much is the extended warranty?
What's that?
How much is the extended warranty?
I don't know. I
mean, we'll look into it. Because an engine's a lot. I don't care if Terry fixes it or if you fix it yourself. An engine's a lot. And sometimes, those cars just,
just like you.
Hand grenade.
You bought $160,000 Escalade, the highest, SUV probably in the marketplace. I'm saying, like, gasoline, gasoline. Yeah, well, yeah, American manufacturer.
Yes,
wise,
without a question.
The most exotic, fastest, badass SUV they make is the new Escalade that Dan's wife has, and that thing lemoned out and had an oil pump failure and seized the whole motor.
Yeah.
Did it not?
Sure did. But
at about 6,000 miles.
No, it was like 18.
Okay, but still, right around where my mom's miles are.
Right. You know, a year or two into it, a little bit of mileage, and all of a sudden that little plastic, it's like a plastic gear that wears out.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a problem. The thing that runs it's plastic, and it
here's
just
the
wears
deal.
out.
I'm not going to buy it on the 19th because that's the day we're going in. I'm not buying it on March 19th, and with an engine light on.
No.
So anyway, I dealt with that this weekend. Another thing, Lummy, that we did as a family. It was just me and Merch Crick and my mom. And you know that, I mean, yes, this is kind of I'm looking at the gold in the oil clogged the pump. I don't know that there's gold in the oil. I think it calls for 5W20, which is what she runs. And boy, Dan, for an oil pump failure at 24,000. But again, you had an oil pump failure at 18, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, they fail right around there, somewhere between. I heard it was around 20,000 is where the weakness was.
I wonder if the same oil pump in her V6 is the same oil pump, and I doubt.
I would doubt.
I would think that you would need probably a better, more high volume, because I would say that I know, but the capacity on my mom's car oil wise is 6 quarts. I'd be willing to say yours is probably closer to 8 to 9.
Oh yeah, it is. I think it's 9 actually.
Right, it's probably 8 plus 1 for the filter. So anyway, we get home and call me high school Harry, but Warsaw Tiger girls basketball.
I saw that.
Warsaw Tigers, girls basketball. Now in the overall state tournament of things, if you play high school athletics in the state of Indiana, I don't know how it goes in Florida. Maybe you can tell me, Lummy, but it goes, it goes sectional, and then it goes regional. And so sectional,
it's like districts here. You go districts, then you go sectional, regional. Then you start getting down to more of the state, like Final Four.
Sectionals have sectional, which have 16 teams. Then you have regionals that have 8. Then you have semi-state that have 4, and then you have state that have 2. Well, Warsaw girls basketball were 24-1. They were the 3rd-rated team in the state, and they were playing the semi-state finals against the number 1 rated team in Indiana and the number 9 rated team from Fishers, Indiana. They were number 9 in the country. They were 28-0. Warsaw was 24-1.
24-1, yeah.
And Warsaw beat them.
That's awesome.
And we were listening on my phone on News Now, AM 1480 WRSW app. And man, this guy, his name's Roger Grossman, and he is an excellent play-by-play guy. For the high school level, Roger Grossman could do college level play-by-play. He's so good. And it was like old school because we couldn't watch it on TV, so we had to listen to it on the radio. And at one time, at halftime, Warsaw was up 6, and then Warsaw's star player that averages 20 points a game, Bricker, got in foul trouble, and the team that they were playing went on a 13-0 run, and Warsaw was down by 6 at the end of the 3rd, and then came back and won it by 6. So
exciting.
Now they're in the state. The Warsaw girls basketball is in the state finals. So think about this, man. Think about Warsaw's athletic program. Their football team made it to the state finals, got 2nd. Their girls basketball team is now 27-1, beat the number 9 team in the country, number 1 team in the state, and they're headed to the state finals. So they're at least going to be runner-up, right?
Yes.
Their boys basketball team starts the tournament in 2 weeks, and they're 19-4. So like,
damn, they really stepped it up with athletics.
They have really. If that's rare.
For one school.
Their boys. I don't know how far their boys will make it, but so far their boys football team got second in the state, and their girls basketball team is playing for the state finals.
I think it's time to do a documentary for Netflix. What's in the water in Warsaw?
Yeah.
Right.
What's in the water?
And we focus on all the winning that they're doing this year, and then we get to the bottom of the steroid scandal.
And we could even get it even further, Seth, if you knew anything about Warsaw. The municipality gets all of its water out of Center Lake, so you could be like, what's in the water of Center Lake?
I like that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Like, is there a deep, hole of protein or
Do people
some
swim
kind
there?
Yeah, it's one
So
of.
everyone pees in the water that you guys drinking?
There you go. It's the urine.
A Brita filter,
Yeah. So we listen. So we're sitting at my mom's kitchen table, listening to the Warsaw verse. I forget what they're called. What their school was called. The team that they play.
Bunch of bitches, right?
Bunch of bad bitches. They were number 9 in the country. Listening to Roger Grossman do the play-by-play. My hands are sweating. And so Larry is in Fort Wayne, and he can't listen to the radio. So I'm texting updates to Larry.
Larry Plummer?
Yeah. I'm texting updates to Larry. I should read them. I mean, I'm gonna say they're hilarious, but Larry wanted to know. Here I go. So oh my God, it's so in depth. Here we go. It says.
Well, don't skip one.
So it looks like I guess they played Hamilton Southeastern.
Yeah, Hamilton Southeastern, which is like from Fishers, Indiana. So I said, "Are you listening?"
Hamilton Hamburgers. What are they called?
No, but the game was played in Frankfurt. That's where the game was played, and Frankfurt's mascot is the hot dogs. So they played at the Frankfurt Hot Dog Stadium.
That was actually a high school stadium?
Yeah,
that's a nice basketball arena.
Oh, well, you don't understand. Most basketball arenas in Indiana fit no less than 3, and in some instances 5. So I say, Larry, are you listening to the game? I said, they're not doing too good. They're blowing it. And he goes, no, I'm in Fort Wayne on some business. What's the score? I said, up by 8 at halftime, and then the other team went on a 13-0 run, and our star player, Bricker, has 4 fouls. Warsaw's down 41-35. Warsaw now down by 6, 43-35. He said, how much time left? I said, 1:50 in the third, 43-37. Bricker is on the bench. She scored 35 early today. Bricker has 4 fouls, 43-39. I go, okay, 45-40. 45-41. 40 seconds left in the third. 47-41 into the third. Then I go back. Start of the fourth. 47-44. 47-45 with a possible and one. 47-47 tied. By the way, they're playing the best team in the state, and they're ranked 9th in the nation. This would be a huge win. 5:50 left in the fourth. Warsaw down by 2, 49-47. 47-40, 51-47 HSE. That was what they called them, Lummy, HSE. 51-49. Bricker on the free throw line. 51-50. Warsaw has both star players with 4 fouls. 53-50, 3:30 left. Tigers on the foul line. Bricker at the line, 53-52. So I could just go on and on and on and on. But I was almost being like Bubba Grossman and giving Larry updates. So that's what I did on Saturday. And then so yesterday, Lummy, I did some stuff over here, lifted a little bit of weights, not much, but a little bit. And then my mom turned me on to Friday I watched just one show, and I'm embarrassed to tell you that I watched it.
Uh-oh. Got to tell us.
Because
Murder, She Wrote?
No.
Murder, She Wrote.
But I watched 2 shows over the weekend, one of which my mom suggested to me through Tara, and it was pretty damn good. And it's called Scamanda. Lummy, did you see 1923?
I did not catch it yet, but why? What happened?
Did
it come out?
Yeah, it's out. The first episode of season 2, where homeboy is on a boat getting over here.
Oh, I gotta watch it tonight.
Oh yeah. So write that one down.
I am.
But then write this one down. I think everybody would like it. It's called Scamanda. It was originally shot on ABC. Now I think it's on Fubu or whatever the hell. I mean, you can find it about anywhere. It's called Scamanda. And it's about this woman who completely scams an entire community and that she has cancer. And Dan, you're going to find it interesting because she had everybody bamboozled that she even shaved her head. She would go online, Dan, through Amazon and buy PICC lines and tubing and IV drips and all these, medical supplies that you could potentially buy on Amazon. And she would Iggy herself. So she would admit herself into the emergency room for I slip and fall or something like that. And then when the nurses weren't looking, she'd Iggy up herself with all of these, like chemo lines and things like that, have her husband take a bunch of pictures, and then they would, check her out of the hospital.
I sent you the trailer.
Wow, Munchausen.
Yes, Munchausen, not by proxy, because by proxy's with a kid.
Right.
But yeah, I can't believe you said that, because halfway through they got some big-ass some Dr. Dan and said, this is Munchausen, but she's in prison.
Oh.
I hate scammers.
Oh yeah, wait till I play this, and then I watched another one. Lummy, find me the trailer for Companion.
Companion. I guess and Suits came out. LA Suits came out this weekend.
Yeah, I'm not.
You're not doing that one?
I'm gonna.
Okay.
I'm gonna, but Suits, the original Suits is pretty strong.
But I mean, Bubba, you talked about Suits, 14 years after it ended. Now you could really be in the thick of Suits, and your audience could be with it too, and you guys could, exchange thoughts on, episodes and all that. And then, boom, you're current with everybody.
And you're like, man, for the first time, Bubba doesn't sound like a stupid ass, 14, watching a 14-year-old episode. He's watching something on time, and he's rebutting it.
He's on the cutting edge of what's hot. Some say he's cool.
Yeah, there you go. Some.
I sent you Companion, too.
Amanda Riley was a mother. Why?
Dan, you're going to probably want to watch this just because of the medical aspect of it.
Speaker at her church. Everybody loved her. She got diagnosed with cancer.
I heard the words, "You have stage 3 blood cancer."
We thought
What's
she
blood
was
cancer?
See, Dan,
I've got blood cancer.
They didn't have it. See, if Dr. Dan was going to the Family Community Center Church, he would be the guy that stands up and say, whoa, before we throw down $10,000.
We're not taking questions right now. Thank you.
Yeah,
Let's escort this man out of here. He knows too much.
He does.
God's gift.
Originally shot on ABC.
When Amanda...
And Lemmy, it was originally done as a podcast.
Oh, okay.
A lot of documentaries are done as a podcast.
told me she had cancer, I was so devastated.
A beloved young Christian woman fighting a battle undeserved. We gave our hearts, our prayers. Everybody put their hands over her and said, heal this woman. Oh God, heal her.
I'm thankful that I have cancer because I am now surrounded by the right people in my life.
There was just something inside of me just saying, this isn't right.
And then all of a sudden, it went dark.
She was a liar.
Why would somebody fake cancer?
Thousands of people threw money at her.
I started donating $500 a month, $3,000, $20,000.
The community raised $100,000.
Everyone's lives has been touched by cancer, and that was something Amanda tapped into. What surprised me is the lengths that she went to fake the cancer. There's all these pictures of her in the hospital.
Now, this happened to Tom Bean.
What do you mean?
He had a guy named, I forget what his name is. His first name was Patrick. And when we were over at the old building where Gina and Brian is now, and then Tom's got the bottom half. The bottom half, originally, before we had these studios here, we were over there. You know that, Lummy.
Yes, of course.
Everybody does.
Right.
Probably. So we were down there, and that was, our first year, 6 years of existence from 2006, and then 2012, we were over there, which is now Tom Bean's Domino's corporate. Tom Bean owns the building. Tom Bean was upstairs, which is now where Regina and Brian's office is, and Jay and Steve were in there for a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
and then the downstairs was all us. Well, I had an opportunity to buy this building, make it have more space, and we did that in 2000. We bought it in 11, remodeled it in 11, and then moved in 12. So when Tom worked over there upstairs, he had a guy named Patrick who did virtually the same thing. Shaved his head, said he had some kind of, and Dan, there's all kinds of cancers. Probably most cancers, most are internal, and you really can't see them, right?
Correct.
I mean, you do have
big skin cancers.
Yeah, you got skin cancer, melanoma, and you probably obviously would have breast cancer where you'd have a mastectomy, and you could probably see that, possibly, and but most cancers, whether it be prostate cancer or liver cancer or whatever, even this Hodgkin's lymphoma, what's it called?
Hodgkin's lymphoma is not even really. Leukemia is more of a blood cancer. Lymphoma.
She was saying she had Hodgkin's.
Hodgkin's.
So, most people, cancers are inside, and you really can't say, well, I can see right now you ain't got it.
Yeah, you can't tell Hodgkin's
right.
or not Hodgkin's. Right.
So this dude that worked for Tom said he had one of those internal cancers, and everybody, took a portion of their paycheck and donated it to this dude, and they did these fundraisers, and he was losing his hair, but he really shaved it. He never went to chemo. Jeez. And so everybody shaved their hair out of solidarity, and they found out that this guy was scamming. Listen to this. And this is something that I don't think I've ever told on the radio. Mark Ober was the state attorney at the time. And Patrick had embezzled, stolen through this whole cancer scam about $660,000 from Tom.
How much?
$660,000.
Wow.
And he went to, Tom goes and has a detective and whole 9 yards, and they interview Patrick. They have all the bank receipts. They have all the fundraisers. They have all the money that they had given him. They had it all documented. And Mark Ober refused to file, and his words to Tom Bean were, you should check who you represent as to why this is happening.
That's like literally illegal.
Yeah, well, it's not illegal when there is no checks and balances to the state attorney. Right? There's only one person that can remove a state attorney, and that's the governor.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're best friends with him, because you're a four-timer. So anyway, this guy got away. Come to find out, he went to Pasco County after Tom fired him, did the same thing worked a couple years at this particular company. He was an accountant and did it to them, but the Pasco County state attorney didn't let him go, and he went and did 4 years in prison.
Good.
So still, that's how things work around here. When you're associated with me, you don't get justice. I mean, look at the Merch Crick in Sarasota, right?
Ridiculous.
I mean, Mike Calta but he got away with everything that he did because they found out who her boyfriend was. Anyway, here's Scamanda.
With IVs, tubing.
I could see a nurse in the background. The information.
A lot of times, Dan, she would just go to the hospital saying she had was dizzy, and then that would give her and her husband enough, because when in the OR, they're running in and out all the time.
Oh yeah.
So there's time, even at your office, you'll come in a lot of times, check, and then tell the esthetician or whatever, I need this, and this, and then you're going to work another room, and there could be times that a person is in your room for 3 or 4 minutes by themselves.
Oh, definitely. That happens
That's what
all
I'm
the time.
going through all the drawers, checking for everything I can get.
Bubba, you showed a picture a second ago on there when she had all that stuff on her lap. No, not that far back.
The information that Amanda gave didn't make sense.
Hold on.
These things are not adding up. I don't think she's sick.
Was it back? Was it more? Was it backwards more?
Backwards just a little bit. It was like all those things like
right here. Okay,
yeah.
right. Right here. Hold on.
Yeah.
These pictures of her in the hospital with IV.
That one.
Yeah.
What is that?
She
did that to herself.
They later found out that none of these were actually in.
Right.
None of these needles were in. And Dan, if you looked at that right there, would you say fake?
Fake, because no one will leave a syringe connected, let go. See that?
Like this right here?
Above it. That.
Yeah.
No one will just leave that in there. It looks like there's air in it.
Yeah, because at that point, if a person could just push that plunger.
Right. She's got like 4 IVs right next to each other.
So Dan, if you're going to the church and they're flashing this up on the screen, are you like, whoa, hold on, whoa.
That right there, that picture right there is my red flag. Right there. It looks like a BS picture.
No.
And then that looks BS too, because look, the EKGs aren't on the right spots.
Right.
That's not where they go.
Right.
I'd see a nurse in the background.
Now, and then that could be file footage.
Oh yeah.
Could it not?
That's nothing. That means nothing.
No, is that like a blood cleaning machine?
Yeah, it's probably a chelation type machine where they.
Again, file footage at its best.
The information that Amanda gave didn't make sense. These things are not adding up. I don't think she's sick.
Everyone knows. She was being accused of faking cancer.
And here's the worst.
Chronic disease is tough. Real chronic disease. Like a long-term cancer or something like beta thalassemia or sickle cell or diabetes even. It is a life of worry and it's a life of stress. And so when someone fakes something like this, it's just so patently offensive.
And here's the worst part of all. This Amanda bitch to the left. This bitch. Scamanda. So her husband that she married had a daughter from a previous marriage. And the woman was just a regular woman, a good woman, a good woman.
You talk about the daughter?
No, I'm talking about
the ex-wife.
Amanda, who's to the left here, who's Scamanda. She's the one that scams everybody. Her new husband was married before.
Right, and that person was a good person.
And that person was a good person.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a daughter. And that daughter, at the age of 5, had legitimate cancer. And like legitimate cancer. And that's where this woman got her idea from. And they positioned the mother, because the mother went out drinking one night with her girlfriends when she didn't have custody of the kid. She just went out drinking one night. She didn't get a DUI. She wasn't driving. She just maybe got a little too overserved and was sick the next day. That's it. Wasn't driving. Didn't get in a crash. Just went out one night and had a little too many. They took her to court and got full custody of the kid. And so the poor mother of Scamanda's his ex-wife got her child taken away because this Scamanda bitch was such a scammer and just knew how to play the game and make people look bad and persuade judges and things like that.
What an evil person.
Yeah. I mean, it's just,
she's evil.
I really would recommend this to anybody. It's really good.
Sir.
Everyone knows. I could not believe the level she had taken this scam to.
This is beyond disgusting.
How can a mother do that?
This is an absolute nightmare.
This woman right here, who's very beautiful. Hold on here. This woman right here.
How can a mother do that?
This is an absolute nightmare.
This woman right here, who's very beautiful. She was her best friend. She got scammed out of $40,000
from Amanda.
She was giving Amanda like $500 a month auto pay out of her auto debit out of her checkbook.
Nightmare.
She hurt tons of people.
I've never felt so betrayed.
She ripped apart my family.
Here, this girl right here, this is the daughter that had cancer who got ripped away from her mother and had to be Scamanda, had to be her mom.
She ripped apart my family.
That's the woman right here. This is the woman that her husband, that Scamanda's husband was originally married to, who got her child taken away. This poor woman.
I'm sorry. I'm still shaking. Is this normal?
Why would somebody fake such a horrible disease? It was only a matter of time until Amanda's whole world came tumbling down.
And then, Lummy, guess what? The IRS started looking into her.
Of course.
And then the IRS got somebody else.
Wait, did somebody tip off the IRS?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I was like, ha.
Well, here, somebody tipped off, Seth, this woman from like the LA Times or something about who does like people who scam people. She was a journalist and she started looking into it, and she did about a year's worth of, this woman, this Amanda, she had a blog, and everybody to the church and everybody from, this was, by the way, in Silicon Valley. So there's tons of money. And somebody tipped off the investigative reporter who did cops love when you do a lot of their due diligence for them. And then she tipped off because it was in San Jose, California. The journalist then got a hold of a detective from San Jose, California. But Dan, they had HIPAA law violations. So they had some HIPAA law violations with regards to being able to go to the various medical clinics and say, what have you treated this girl for? You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so they, under the fraudulent side of things, they circumvent him and were able to get around the HIPAA violations just by asking questions like, has this Amanda McGillicuddy ever been a patient? Like, that's not a HIPAA law violation. Have they ever, like, Dan, if somebody was, trying to scam, and they had said that they had, had 3 plastic surgery, procedures at your place, and a detective came and he didn't want to know anything other than, is this a patient of yours? I don't think that's a HIPAA violation, a yes or a no.
Well, not when it becomes law enforcement.
Right.
Law enforcement come in and ask all those questions.
I know, but
I can't publish it. Hey, I operate on this chick without her permission.
No, but you also probably can't get into detail as to what you did unless you had a subpoena, but you can answer yes or no as to whether you've treated her.
I believe so.
Yeah. And so this woman was writing that she'd been to, Colombia. Where she got in trouble, Dan, is she was saying that she was part of all these clinical trials. Well, clinical trials are publicly published. Clinical trials. If Columbia University is having a clinical trial on a certain type of chemotherapy medicine, they don't have to print the people that are in the trials, but they do print that they are in the middle of a trial. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
And so the scammer would say that she's in Colombia and take pictures of New York and all this kind of stuff and all this file footage, and that she's part of this clinical trial when there was no clinical trial.
I understand.
You're lying and you're getting caught. This is over. But it wasn't. Not even close.
Scamanda premieres January 30th on ABC.
It's good. It's really good.
How long did she get?
Bitch got, well, she was supposed to get, her recommendation was on the low end 18, right? Oof. On the low end 18 months.
Oh.
Yeah, 18 months, but the judge gave her 5 years.
Good.
But
Happiest.
Hold on. Oh my Jesus. This show here. I don't know if I got to come back with this. I don't know if I really want you to watch this because it's really, really kind of freaky and interesting, or it's so stupid and campy. I'm either on the cutting edge and this is actual kind of cool, or I got bamboozled for an hour and 50 minutes and I am stupid.
Yes, I hope it's that one.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Powers, Tyler Guru, Good Morning, Baku, Almost Divorce Lawyer, Yankee Jib, T. Barrington, James,
Hey, shout out to Gary Cantrell. He's out. He's alive. Better than ever.
Boss, make sure we come back to that, okay?
Me on boss?
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
No, seriously, like wiggle it in for me.
I'll wiggle it in right before you won't get a fucking word out.
Okay, lover.
The affiliates are gonna be like, what the fuck? Who let this OutQ guy take over Bubba the Love Sponge show?
Caviar Taco, 3 so far. Crack Chris, Slayer, Zolt.
If I go crazy, well, you still call me Superman.
Pedro, Don Hamdorf. Yeah, you still need to do the ivermectin for a week. All cleared. And then do the other shit. All helps. Quercetin, NAC, all that shit. You should still probably take ivermectin for a week. And shit everybody. That was great rice.
Lummy, or Dan, push thumbs up, please.
Thumbs up!
Yeah, Dan, push YouTube thumbs up.
Thumbs up, guys. Thumbs
Don't
up.
shoot, thumbs up.
Thumbs up. Mortar, 7420. Scott Center. Apple Mike. What's up, Mike? Thank you.
Hands up, thumbs up. Liv was cool, man. It was a cool event, Mike. Thanks for asking. I had my eyes set on going to another one that had a couple of Yankees players in Tampa. I bailed on that when I found out Liv Morgan was going to be in Palm Harbor. I'm glad I had my daughter with me, or I would have felt like a big loser.
Well, see, there you go, Sammy. Fucking.
Well, it was like a wrestling thing. They're like, no pictures, no autographs, because she was opening cards, and then she was leaving, and then like full-on grown adults are jumping in, getting pictures and shit. When it was really just she was just taking pictures with little girls and handicapped people.
What's up, TNT? Mess with the ball.
I haven't seen one fucking thing Timothy Chalamet's in, but I love that kid.
Wasn't he in that one movie?
The Bob Dylan thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh no, he's I've just seen him get interviewed a ton. He's a talented kid.
And what's up, Stumpy62? Stop and go, Steve.
Who said that was the
I mean, I got Synergy and Power Screen.
All right.
One Shadow Panda. Stuck in the top.
Push thumbs up, please.
Thumbs up, please. Big fat thumb.
A lucky person who gives us the thumbs up is gonna get $10,000.
What are you talking about?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Stand by, getting stuff ready. By the way, want to
make sure we give a special appreciation, love, employee shout out to the Gary Cantrell, who had a pretty, I wouldn't say severe, well, yeah, I would say pretty sketchy health scare last week.
Yeah.
The Gary Cantrell, who does so much for us. Oh, I'm sorry, Seth. I'm so sorry, Cushy.
No, it's okay. Sorry, I just thought you were
avoiding you.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Yeah, no, he almost died, Bubba. I mean, it was it's definitely.
Can you tell Dan what he had and was it vein thrombosis? Is that what it was?
He had a blood clot that I believe exploded or whatever blood clots do that ended up, was it blocking one of his
and I think
artery or like one of the.
So he had a DVT, a deep venous thrombosis that embolized and went to his lung, and he ended up with a pulmonary embolus.
No, I think they were, and correct me if I'm wrong, Seth. I think they were worried about it going to his heart.
Absolutely.
I think the.
So was he an AFib then? Did
I don't
he have atrial fibrillation.
I don't
and
know.
Have a clot in his heart. They were worried about going to his brain.
I know that he went into surgery and it was touch or go.
He had a blood clot that dislodged from his leg and cut off his pulmonary artery. So it was pretty big.
Yeah, that's a pulmonary embolus. Yeah, that can kill you.
Yeah.
Like in seconds.
That's what.
It's weird because you can breathe and you can talk, but your lungs aren't getting oxygen and you literally suffocate from inside.
Oh. Wow. Well, he went, it just kind of, we did, one day all of a sudden we're like, Gary's going through this. I think we were talking to his wife.
I think it was Sunday night, right? Because Lummy came in, I think, on Monday and said what had happened and that his wife had taken over his phone. And then I started texting, and she gave great updates. She was awesome. And
scary.
Yeah.
Well, he's out of, I think he's out of the woods. They fixed it. Now, Dan, how would you as a surgeon fix that? Like if you
have an embolism, they go in either through an intravenous or intra-arterial way and try to dethrombose it that way, or you go in directly and cut it out. It depends. I mean, there's not a lot of time.
Well, that's
time's a problem.
We were getting real-time updates that they were wheeling him in stat, and she was going to give us, and they were telling her these, very critical updates, and that
it took like 3 days for them to finally get a cardiologist in there to see him.
But they were telling her that, he might not make it.
Oh, absolutely. And it's not really a cardiology problem, Seth. It's nothing wrong with the heart. That's why.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
It has nothing to do with the heart.
But it has everything to do with where that blood clot goes and how.
Yeah, what happens is it goes from your leg up to your vena cava into your heart and then goes to your pulmonary artery. And so your lungs aren't getting the blood to oxygenate.
So is it like a big beaver dam on your lungs?
Yeah.
A big blood beaver dam?
Mm-hmm.
So your heart can process the clot, but when your heart sends it to your lungs,
it gets stuck. Correct.
And
then everything past that gets blocked off. So it's just like, a lot of trash in your sewer system.
You like drowned in your own blood.
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's know this.
Your blood just doesn't get any oxygen. It's like it's moving, but nothing happens.
Gary Cantrell is in chat.
Should we talk to him on the Uncensored show today if he's up for talking?
Gary, let's talk on the Uncensored show, just to see, get your perspective on it, and more importantly, we are so, you're a part of our family. You're just remote. But you are an employee of the Bubba Radio Network.
I think he started working as soon as he got out of the hospal.
I think he actually had. I think he actually had an at work home editing bay put into his bedside. Now is he out?
Yeah, he's out.
Okay, he's out.
He's home.
Because if he's home, I know that he's editing.
Yeah, no, he's out. He's a free man until we unshackle him, Bubba.
Sure. So Gary, we are so thankful that you're okay, because it's my understanding, and now that Dan's here and reiterates it, it's my understanding that it was a very much touch and go situation as information we were getting back from your wife.
Well, remember what happened the first day? Lummy told us. We didn't really understand what happened.
Listen,
it was so confusing. confusing.
Why don't you?
Did you try to explain it?
No, hold on.
I was told not to tell anybody.
Hold on.
Oh, were you?
Seth,
Yeah, I did, but I still did say something.
If I can step in.
Okay, yeah.
Seth, if you could just analyze your very, very first words out of your mouth.
Yes, sir.
Remember the first day that Lummy tried to tell us.
Yes.
And we all laugh because we all know that Lummy cannot usually he cannot explain.
Well, especially since he was trying to hide, especially because he wasn't supposed to tell us.
Since I was told not to tell anybody.
I'm gonna do my Lummy impersonation, which is horrible. Bubba and Seth, what? Gary is in the hospital. Gary Cantrell? Yeah. Okay, well, what's wrong? Did he get by a bus? No. Lung blockage.
Clot.
Leg. Bad.
Is he alive? I don't know.
Bad.
Hospital.
Wife has phone. Bad. Okay. All right. So hold on. So he's in the hospital. His wife has its phone and it's bad. Yeah. Okay. How bad? Real bad. Wife says doesn't know if he'll make it. Really? It's that bad? By the way, BJE Pros. Welcome back, Gary Cantrell. Thumbs up, you mofos. Thank you.
Gary is defending Lummy. He said Lummy was told to be quiet because I didn't know the severity and I thought I would be working in the hospital.
I know, but Gary, can I tell you, you might want to get a hold of any other employee at the BRN to efficiently tell your medical emergency story to. As a matter of fact, Gary, if you don't have Dan's cell phone, get it. Let me get it to you.
Lummy, did you feel like you were breaking HIPAA violations by telling us?
No, but when
I was breaking bro code, okay?
I guess Gary. Yes, Gary. Tell someone else so they can tell you when they say not to tell anyone.
No. Hold on, Gary. Obviously, you knew what was wrong with you. So if you could have told,
I think his wife texted Lummy, right?
Here's the deal.
No, Gary did.
Gary did.
Said, do not tell anybody.
I want Gary. I want all employees.
Okay, next time you're about to die, listen up, everybody.
Listen, whether it's Rhett, whether it's Macho Man, whether it's Seth, whether it's Lummy, whether it's me, whether it's Amanda, whether it's Phoebes, whether it's Rhett's girlfriend, whether it's Macho's, whatever.
Dan's loving this. Just bother Dan.
No, we all pretty much have Dan's phone number anyway. So when there's something that's a medical situation, let Dan know. And then Dan, if it's not part of his Monday or Tuesday, Dan, I'm asking you to then potentially, when you're going to work that day, call the show, because the show is always on the air before you're going to where you're going. Like when you're going to surgery day, we're
I usually listen on my way to wherever I'm going to if I'm not here.
Exactly. So we're always on before you're going somewhere.
Right.
So that you could always pick up the phone, spend 10 or 15 minutes with us, and give us a rundown medically what a potential employee or employee's significant other is going through, if they want it told, or if it's not, something that's super
scary, like fingernail cancer.
Well, just, if it's just something that's very embarrassing, or something that's, if it's something that we need to know about, then I think you could probably better describe it. So now exactly what Gary is going through, right?
Yes.
Okay. So how would you have called the show if Gary called you and said, Dan, I'm going through this. I'd like for you to let the boys know. How would you have described it? Hello, Dan, you're on the air. What do you got for me?
Well, man, Gary Cantrell is really, really in trouble right now. He had a blood clot in his leg. He fell down the stairs and he threw an embolus into his lungs. And so now he has a pulmonary embolus and has to go into surgery because he's about to die. He can't get blood into his lungs to oxygenate it.
So it's that bad?
Yeah.
Wow. Now, are you in contact with his wife or anything?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is
she
she
sending me nude pics?
Oh, she said, you guys, you're already on your third C pick tour?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Dan.
Front, back, sides.
After you show her your undercarriage, can you get a report on how Gary did in surgery?
That's secondary.
Whether Gary makes it or not, it's not really consequential. It's the fact that she wanted to get your left side penis pick, right?
Yeah, it's my better side.
Okay.
Lummy, I'm okay with your lack of updates after hearing that one. That was very disturbing.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So, Dan, anybody that's got any type of medical situation, if we could get it to Dan, Dan can then probably understand and probably explain it to us better than Lummy say, Gary bad.
Well, but if
Gary not doing good, Bubba.
But
Gary might not make it,
Oh,
Bubba.
he wasn't the guy from A Mice and Men. I mean, he still was a little bit clear.
Let me see the rabbits. Let me see the
Gary
rabbits.
didn't really explain to me. He just said not to tell anybody.
Let me
until he
see
gets
the
out.
rabbits.
Well, you know the thing with Lummy is that yes, Gary said not to say anything. So then Lummy is not sure if that means tell us or not. So I think that's where
I did say that he was in the hospital.
I'm going to have. By the way, hit the thumbs up button. We're running about 34% right now, over 1,000 watching, which is great. But only 330, 340, 350 liking. Our new thing, Lummy, is 1,000 likes.
Yes,
That's kind of our new thing. So let's push those likes. Thank you so much. It does help our algorithm. It really does. And that's on our YouTube channel at The Bubba Army. Much thanks to Gary Bueller last week, threw out 50 subs. That's great.
Larry Bueller.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Did I say Larry Bueller, the sub king? So let's now, as an employee, now, like if you got herpes or you got something nobody wants to, okay, that's one thing. But if you got something that you could potentially die over and we could lose you, I think that's something that we certainly need to know and share with our audience. We could get some emotional dollars for that. You know what I'm saying? Next thing you know, John Costika's throwing down 100 for Gary Cantrell's Get Well fund.
Emotional dollars.
Yeah.
What a new concept you got over there.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Jeez.
I mean, God, people could be like,
That's what Scamanda called them.
Yeah,
emotional
it's
dollars.
Scam Bubba.
I mean, BJE Pros did drop 100 for Gary, getting better. So
Exactly.
maybe there is something there.
See, there you go. But listen, nobody wants anybody to die, and dying is kind of a big thing.
Yeah.
I mean, none of us have ever been to the point where we've been sick enough to die, I don't think.
Have you ever had your last rites read to you?
No.
I have.
You have?
Mm-hmm.
You were in a medical situation where it was that touch and go?
Yeah, when I had a blood clot when I was in college, they didn't know what was going to happen. It was a 40% mortality. It had been there for about 4 or 5 days. My head was swelling up like a balloon. My brain was swelling up like a balloon with no room to stretch.
Was your father there?
Yep. And I got my last rites.
They didn't. When I got
is that where a religious person comes in, or is
Yeah,
that?
it's when a priest comes and gives you the anointing of the sick, which is
Now, were you
the last
unconscious?
rites. I was conscious.
Did you think you were going to die?
I wasn't really sure. I was worried. I was more worried about having my head shaved and having brain surgery. So that was.
Sounds like I'm not going to be able to be in that Winona Ryder video with a head shaved.
It's going to kill my
like
rap.
Vanilla Ice.
What's the deal with blood clots, Dan? Are they hereditary? Because I just see them pop up. Like Victor Wembanyama in the NBA had one in his shoulder. He's out for the season. I mean, Gary had one that exploded. Like you had one. How do you catch these things?
Okay, you don't really catch blood clots, but there's the Virchow's. There's Virchow's triad, which is
Lummy, what did you say? What is it?
Virchow's.
No, not you dumbass. I said Lummy.
Virchow Cocos?
No, Virchow's triad.
Okay, that was close.
Okay.
Virchow's triad, which is stasis and hypercoagulability and intimal injury. So when people get blood clots, Seth, a lot of times, like when athletes get them, it's because they're traveling so much and they're in a plane.
Right.
And their legs are dependent and they're not moving. So when you're in a long plane flight, it's really good idea.
Susan Poitras, Lummy, for Gary Cantrell, $100 bill.
Emotional bucks.
Exactly. So go ahead. I'm sorry, Dan.
It's a good idea to get up and walk around a little bit in the plane.
How about those compression socks?
Yeah, those help too. When I went to Indonesia and we were on planes for like 16 hours straight, I bought these little things that would literally squeeze your calves, just so you wouldn't get a clot. So when you have, a lot of people had problems with COVID, Seth, and that's one of the reasons these guys are getting.
So are blood clots sometimes caused by inactivity?
Yes.
So
that's stasis. That's the stasis part.
Okay.
Hypercoagulability is like smokers, people on birth control, people with hemochromatosis and hematocrits of 60 like you had. That's hypercoagulability. And then intimal injury is when you have an actual injury to your vein, like a crushing injury, like you're skiing and you shatter your leg. So those things together can create clots. But another thing that causes hypercoagulability that we've proven now, and this isn't like conspiracy crap, is the COVID shots and actually having COVID. Both make you more likely to clot. So when people are getting these weird clots in like their shoulder, Seth, that's not normal. That's something happened. And so maybe it was COVID or COVID shot, which is absolutely causing weird clots. It's been proven.
Well, I mean, I actually have a story of a friend of mine, and he's now the mayor of Warsaw, Indiana, and he was the Indiana Mr. Basketball in 1984. His name is Jeff Gross. And, like when you're Indiana Mr. Basketball,
you're a stud.
You're a stud.
You are the, and this is not like Class A, Class 2A, Class 3A, Class 4A. They pick one guy to be Indiana Mr. Basketball. They also pick one girl, too. So, Jeff Gross from Warsaw, Indiana, was Indiana Mr. Basketball. The arguably like that. And this wasn't, this is before the 3-point line, and he was averaging 31 before the 3-point line.
Wow.
And most of his stuff was top of the key. He went on to play for Northwestern University. But him and a friend on his team, which, by the way, his friend on the team was Steve Holler. Him and Steve Holler in 1984 took the Warsaw Tigers to the Indiana State Championship and won.
Nice.
And then they that summer went to this basketball camp, this invitation. They have have you guys heard of the McDonald's All-American?
Yes.
And so they were part of the McDonald's All-American invite team, and it was somewhere in Jersey or something like that.
Those are the kids like Duke pulls from them. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like the best teams
It's
pull
like
from that group.
It's like literally the best
Like all-stars.
75 kids in the country.
High school kids.
And Jeff Gross and Steve Holler from Warsaw were invited to this McDonald's All-American deal. Well, none of us in Warsaw really had a lot of money, so they drove. They just, Steve Holler's dad had a really he was a dentist in town. I guess they probably could have afforded airfare, but they drove. They drove. And it's like, 18 to 20 hour drive. So they drive. Now, Jeff Gross is Indiana Mr. Basketball at this point, headed to Northwestern. And they're going to this, this basketball camp in New Jersey. And they drive, and they decide on the way home, rather than on the way there, they got a hotel room like in Pennsylvania. But on the way home, they just wanted to get home. So they took turns driving. One guy drove, one guy slept, one guy drove, one guy slept.
Yeah, which we've all done.
Every one of us has done that.
Right.
So Jeff Gross gets home after a 19-hour drive and starts not feeling right. And here's a guy that is, in excellent shape, right? I mean, this is a guy who's getting ready to play D1 ball. He was, to be a basketball player and to play, all but 4 minutes of the game, you're running your ass off.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, you are in shape, right? I mean, you are in shape. And so he's in shape, and he gets home, doesn't feel good, and he develops, one of these, a major blood clot in his leg that they stop just short of his heart. But he almost missed his freshman year at Northwestern University because of a blood clot. So it can happen and that was from being lethargic.
Yeah, not moving. That's stasis. That's not, the blood not flowing. Remember David Logan used to play for the Bucks? He used to run on Bayshore all the time.
Yeah.
He dropped from a pulmonary embolus from a blood clot in his leg. Out of nowhere. Perfectly healthy guy, about 40 years old. Perfect shape, beautiful guy, and just dead.
I think
It's always a tragedy.
I think this story helps us.
Oh, yeah.
Former Opie and Anthony host Anthony Cumia to join 77 WABC. Will you find out who owns 77 WABC?
Yes.
Because he was fired from Sirius XM for calling black people certain names. And, if that can be forgiven, why can't...
I think he still does that on his podcast.
Well, no, he does.
Yeah.
He is a very racial person. He, is very, very...
Not afraid to throw out some words that we'd be afraid to throw out?
Not afraid to speak the truth, right? Yeah!
No, Seth.
Okay.
No, yeah.
Sorry.
Red Apple Media owns 77 WABC.
Okay, maybe that's why. But
Get me Red Apple on the phone by 10 o'clock.
Yeah. So, I like you to. I've had Anthony on the phone before.
Yeah.
Let's get him on again.
Okay.
And congratulate him. When does he start?
I know he's been
Former
on.
Opie and Anthony radio host Anthony Cumia has shared on social media that he is set to join the team on 77 WABC in New York as a new host. In a post on his social media, the former XM talk show host has shared that he'll be joining Red Apple Media-owned radio station. Looks like I'm the newest member of the WABC Talk radio family. Details about show days and times to come next week. This will not affect my show on Compound Media. Now, did you know that he sold Compound Media?
Yeah, he
sold it to somebody, and now he just works there.
Gavin.
I'm interested in doing that. Dan, you want to buy the BRN and I just work for you?
Sure.
He sold it to the guy, Gavin. Gavin started Vice.
Looking forward to my triumphant return to broadcast radio in New York. Thanks to everybody at WABC. There we go. Cumia recently hosted afternoons at WNEW from 1998 to 2002 before Opie and Anthony were fired by Infinity Broadcasting for what the company considered an uncouth promotion, which was was it the sex and the sex at a church, or when it was the guy who owns Samuel Adams Beer. Cumia was fired in 2014 by SiriusXM for sharing racially charged tweets after claiming he was a victim of an attack by a black woman.
Oh.
Anthony Cumia has spent a decade with the satellite broadcaster, joining them in 2004. Other radio stops include working at WAAF in Boston. Since his high-profile ouster from SiriusXM, he has hosted a digital show with subscription-based Compound Media. Compound Media has since been bought by Vice Media co-founder Gavin McInnes. 77 WABC has yet to confirm the news of his hiring. Well, congratulations to him, Lummy.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get him on the air. I know we got Kurt Angle on the air this week, right?
Yes, we do.
We got Kurt Angle on the air. Let's see if we can get Anthony on the air. And we got Gary Cantrell today during the after show.
Perfect.
If you want to deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Thumbs up button, everybody. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. Org 67 and Reapers 1976. CC Hall, good morning. Morning, retarded. Retarded. Thank you.
MSNBC's Joy Reid. Good grief, this woman. She's carrying so much fear, but the fear is just perpetuating violently. Here she is now comparing Donald Trump's administration to that of Adolf Hitler. I had to give MSNBC's Joy Reid. Good grief, this woman. She's carrying so much fear, but the fear is just perpetuating violently.
Hello, YouTube. Hello, Gary Cantrell.
Can I get some likes? We're almost at 50%. I appreciate you, everybody. We need to pull up a good month here.
Versus the benefit of the baby. Thank you. Davis Lane. Z.
Kid Records and White Monster for Bubba. Bubba, was drinking White Monster in your fridge? The new guy brought it.
Who?
The new guy.
Oh, how's he doing?
Good. He's back in just world. He brought donuts and monsters.
What's the donuts?
Here. He said these are fresh.
But is he doing good?
Yeah.
And now getting it ingested is one thing. Getting it.
It will get up once we get it ingested.
Here, take these.
Okay.
So you brought 3. Maybe Dan wants. I bet you Dan wants one because he loves sugar.
What is it?
A Krispy Kreme donut.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Steph, would you like one?
No, I'm all good. Thank you.
Here you go.
Look, brother up. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Susan Poitras.
Thank you.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So, Merch Crick stumbled upon something when we were at the track. I'll be at the track again on Friday. I got this huge project involving my good friend Mike from Synergy. I got 2 pieces of equipment coming from Synergy. I got a badass excavator. I got a 3.5-yard bucket front end loader. That courtesy of Synergy. You can always give Mike a call if you need to get any rental estimates on some really big stuff, from a grader, to just anything to deal with road construction, major construction, forestry. 352-783-1915. Mike is the main dude in the Ocala area, but there's locations. Synergy has locations everywhere. So no matter where you're calling from, Mike will get you directed to the Synergy place nearest you. Again, whether you need a 27-foot boom excavator because you're doing huge excavating, or you're just front end loader, vibratory roller, water truck, water wagon, whatever you need, Synergy equipment will take care of you. 352-783-1915.
A vibratory roller?
Yeah.
Sounds fun.
Oh, you don't even know. Let me show you what a real
vibratory roller looks like.
Yeah.
Because I have an image in my head,
okay,
which I'm sure is not correct.
This is when you're trying to compact soil. You're trying to, let's say you lay down your grade, but you want to make sure that the rain doesn't wash it out or that it's packed. It's packed. You would get like an 84-inch vibe, one of these things. And let me see if we look at I don't even know how much this thing weighs. Can you see it on my screen?
No.
And it vibrates and rolls?
How can you not see it on my screen? It's right there.
I think you meant the weight, how much it weighs.
Oh, no. Yeah, it vibrates and it rolls. And I'm trying to see. It's not giving me the specifications, but let me look at a different one here to see how much maybe this one would weigh. Well, no, here it tells me. No. This one right here weighs.
It says view specs. View specs. Go to the 84-inch one. It says specs on the right side. It says right there.
View specs. See, it's not giving it to me. But it weighs. It probably weighs. Well, here, let's see if it gives me the view specs on this one. View specs.
1,500.
Oh, here we go. It weighs drum width, machine overall weight. What's 730 kilograms?
It's like 1,700 pounds.
Yeah, so
almost weighs a ton.
I'm sure, and this is a little one. This drum width is 700 millimeters. Okay, now this drum width here it doesn't tell me, but anyway, whether you need compaction, you need to dig something out, you need to haul it, whatever. Synergy is, I got a big deal, Lummy. I got them delivering me 2 pieces of equipment this weekend. And then, Lummy, I got, my boys from Power Screen, Florida.
Oh, yeah.
Getting me the Chieftain 400. So, Dan, not only do I got 2 pieces coming to that, but I got this gimmick here that's going to clean all my rock. So all the material that I take out of the ground will go through this, and the rocks will go probably, I'm thinking, here, and the clean clay will go in here in a big pile.
Damn, it's like the guys that are digging for gold.
Yeah.
That looks like a hell of a piece of equipment.
You know what, Lummy? Maybe we'll get lucky because we're only looking for good clay, but maybe we'll find a big old hunk of gold and you'll never see me again.
Or some diamonds.
Ever.
Take off.
Maybe we'll run into a modern-day diamond pit right there at Bubba Raceway Park.
Oh, wouldn't that be awesome,
So
Bubba?
I'm digging, I'm transporting, and I'm screening, all courtesy of Synergy and Power Screen Florida. Thank you to Raffy Jr., to his father, Richard.
And someone's going to make a homemade version of that separator? So I was like, oh, yeah, I can make a separator. You can't make that.
No.
You can't make that.
Let me Google homemade soil separators and wait till you see the difference. Dan.
I know. It's night and day. It's going to be like an old man with a pan.
It would take me, what's going to take me a weekend, what I'm hoping for, and I might have to pay for this power screen, and it's pretty expensive. It really is. It's pretty expensive. Tom Bean ain't going to be happy when I ask him for the amount of money, how much this thing's going to cost. But if I do it the right way and I plan it the right way, and I got, by the way, Buck and his son, which we call Young Boy, if Young Boy and Buck come from Charleston, I got One-Eyed Billy and I got me. And we're digging nonstop, and we're shuttling nonstop, and we're feeding this machine, this Chieftain 400 nonstop. I should be able, Dan, to dig out enough material for all year.
On one weekend?
On one weekend. But did you send the...
Yeah, I sent you a picture.
But Dan, if I was to do one of these homemade jobbies, which I was going to ask Travis or Big Red... or Travis the welder. This is what it looks like. Hold on here. Let me just put it over here. It looks like it looks like that's even a little extravagant for a homemade.
That's a nice one.
That's a homemade job. I'm trying to look at the one here we go. So
right there,
right there, Dan.
Yeah.
And what you do is you pour the dirt through here, and it's got a little machine that kind of just shakes it, and then it goes through there.
And then you got to scoop
and then
it
you
up
got
there.
to, then you got to, after the material gets all the way up to here, then you have to take the front end loader and move this and put it over there and scoop up all that.
That would pain in the ass.
I would get probably 10 dump truck loads done over the weekend, whereas I'm looking to get 100 dump trucks load done over the weekend using the Power Screen. What is it called? 400 Chieftain, the Chieftain 400. So, very excited for that, and I think
quite an operation going there, Bubba. Like commercial excavation
with commercial screening.
Yeah, that's crazy.
What's the? I need to probably look at the weather, and what does the weather look like in Zuber, Florida? Over the weekend. Oh, it's dry.
Yeah, I think it's decent.
We got rain today and tomorrow, and then dry Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Perfect.
And we're going to have that machine going, Lummy, nonstop.
Awesome.
And I think it has lights. So, like, while some of us are sleeping, we might be,
even better.
So, anyway, Merch Crick. Now, Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army store, BubbaArmyShop.com is where we sell all of our merchandise. From Bubba Army flags to the tactical bags to the hats to the Yeti-inspired tumblers to the tactical knives to the camo hats to the probably one of the best sellers of all, and actually probably the best value, because this is a $75 or $80 backpack all day for $41.99.
It's nice.
The 3/4 zip embroidered, the hoodie. Polyester, the Stanley-inspired mugs, Bubba Army shirts, Lummy's repacks, my TNA card, Bubba Army sunglasses, Operation Pigmentation shirts. I have a few Trump-inspired t-shirt.
Really?
Tennis. There's a few. There's
Nice.
a few sizes left. Hats, the nice-looking, polo. Blankets.
You got hats for $10?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Beach towels, beanies.
Is that what you're bringing to Tim Pool?
Yep.
Which color?
This one right here. You know what? Maybe both.
Both, yeah.
Yeah, just take them both. Belt buckles, dog harnesses, 2x2 patches, straw hats, universities hats, koozies. Girls tank tops. Yes, those are Diacos. A full zipped t-shirt, QR code. We got everything. Everything you wanted. Bubba Army slides, the Fat Man Dunks slides. Now, Lummy, I'm currently in the process of designing some new shoes. The Air Bubba 3s. We have Air Bubba 1 and 2s. The 2s completely sold out. The Air Bubba ones were the Trump-inspired ones. But Merch Crick found something at the track that we only have 15 of. And I don't know who made them for us. I don't know if anybody would want one. We've sold one without me mentioning it. But she found 15 right here. Let me, if you can see right here.
Yes.
I'd rather be racing at Bubba Raceway Park license plate holders, as you can see. And we have literally 15. I would regularly probably price these little chintzy things at like $15.99. But due to the fact that we literally have 15 of them, I said jack them up to $29.99 because those that want them will get them. And they're so rare. So here they are. They're license plate holders that say, I'd rather be racing at Bubba Raceway Park. She found him in her drawer somewhere. I think Tom Bean threw them away. And so they're, as you know, that we've renamed Bubba Raceway Park Ocala Speedway. A lot of people are like, oh, it's because Bubba lost it. I didn't lose it. As East Bay closed, we decided to, instead of making it about me, make it about the history of the track, which dates back to 1952, which is one of the oldest tracks, south of Charlotte, 1952. Our track's even older than Eldora. I think Eldora opened up in 53 or 54. So if you'd like to get one of these, I would probably jump on it and get it now. Now coming soon. They're en route.
Okay.
They're en route. The Bubba Army Alpha, Volume 25.
Awesome.
This year's cologne, Bubba Army Alpha, Volume 25. Last year's volume, of course, is right here. And it was Volume 24. This year's bottle will have my signature on it, and it'll say Volume 25.
Is it a different shaped bottle?
I think it's the same.
It's a similar shape?
Yeah, you know what, Dan?
Okay.
That's right. We might want to go with different shaped bottles.
Oh, you can tell them apart on your rack.
Yeah, other than just from the verbiage.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be next year. Volume 26. Volume 26 will be a different shape.
What's
and by the way, they're completely different fragrances. Like they're not. Volume 24 does not smell like Volume 25.
Which recipe did you bite for this?
These are all, these are no. I will tell you this, Seth. Thank you for making me a biter. Wow. By the way, let me 500. I got 510 likes, thumbs up on our YouTube channel.
Let's get up there.
We're at almost 1,200 watching, and so we're at about 50%. 40%.
Yeah,
trying to get over 1,000 every show. Seth, when I had money, I liked Creed, and Dan likes Creed.
Yes.
Creed's very expensive. Creed averages about $400 a bottle.
That's good.
And so I am the person that does my cologne that formulates it. I tend to be Creed based.
Okay.
I tend to be like, hey man, I need it to be more like this because I got about 5 or 6 different Creeds, and so I'm trying to emulate Creed.
What's your favorite?
Probably, I don't know.
Do you mix them sometimes?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Do I?
Yeah,
mix
when
them?
you mix them up, then it's even more interesting.
Right. Exactly. Lummy, I did get some not bad news, but good news, but sad news.
Oh no!
Mm-hmm.
My old house is up for sale
again.
$2.4 million.
Oh,
steal.
It kind of is.
Wasn't it higher at one point, like 2.8?
Yeah, but the market has gone way down.
It's changed. You know why?
Mm-mm.
Interest rates.
Yeah, interest rates.
What you could if you could afford a $3 million house 5 years ago, you can only afford a $2 million house now.
$2.4 million. They're asking for it. There was an open house this past Saturday.
Let's not come off the air, Bubba, until we get the $2.4 million, so you can move back in.
But I couldn't afford the monthly nut. I couldn't even afford probably the power. Power bill used to be $1,400.
Who needs power? We got candles.
Yeah, true.
No AC.
Wind.
It did get a new roof. Fabrizi put a new roof on it. $108,000.
Oh,
for the new roof. Dan, yours would probably be comparable if you had to replace that roof. If not, yours would probably be double.
Bubba. I got an estimate from them for my roof.
You did?
Yeah. $365.
Oh, triple. My bad. Almost fourple.
Wow.
Almost fourple, Dan.
And the insurance company wants to give me $1,500 for my total buyout, for my total settlement. They want to deny the roof. They said it had $251,000 of damage with a $250 deductible. They want to give me $1,200. So.
Hold on. They want to give you $1,200
for $600,000 of damage. They want to give me $1,200.
Are you suing them?
We're going to. I already did my civil remedy notice. So
what does that mean?
That means they have 60 days. You have in the state of Florida, before you can sue your insurance company, you have to file a civil remedy notice, and then you can sue them 60 days later. It gives them 60 days.
What if you just want to sue a person? Can you sue them like tomorrow?
That's different. Yeah, it's tomorrow. But with insurance, there's these these little triggers.
A lot of people I want to sue.
Yeah.
See, I could never be a lawyer because I just want to sue everybody. You cut me off at a stoplight, I'm going to sue you.
A lot of damages there.
Danny, do you have to quell yourself on wanting to sue people?
Yes.
Because you have the ability.
Right. But is
Jay and Steven always talking? Dan, stop. We can't sue them.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to sue them.
We're going after everybody.
Going after everybody. So anyway, Lummy, I'm so excited. I'm so nervous on this big project.
Sounds like it's going to be packed.
The Power Screen Florida people, they're going out tomorrow. I think they're taking the machine up there today.
Oh.
And then they're going out tomorrow to run material through it.
Like test it?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Because they're not going to, charge you all this money if it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping I can just feed it. I'm hoping Buck can or Billy. I'll probably get Billy on the dig because Billy knows where the clay honey. See, I just don't want to run regular dirt through it because I don't need regular dirt. I need clay.
Yeah.
And clay comes in veins under the ground. So as you're digging, you got topsoil, you got lime rock, you got just all types of different, you just got different, you got silt. But as you're digging and you get into if you get into a clay vein, it may only be like 20 feet wide that goes through the material. So you got to stay on that vein. And sometimes the vein will run out. Well, we got a pretty damn good clay vein that Billy knows and has been digging on for years. So as long as that clay vein doesn't run out, and Billy knows where it's at, we can keep feeding that machine full of clay. And even if it has rocks in it, it'll separate all the rocks out. So all I have at the bottom of that pile is just perfect, beautiful. Like I think the Chieftain 400 can separate rocks like the size of a quarter. Like I won't have a rock bigger than a quarter in there, which is just absolutely beautiful. God, I'm so excited. But there's a lot of moving parts for this project, Lummy. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, of course, yeah. You got to have One-Eyed Billy out there in a clay vein.
I got to have One-Eyed Billy out there finding the clay vein. I got to have Buck on the front end loader. I got to have the young boy helping me. I got to have good weather.
And this looks like it's going to be good weather.
And I got to have Tom Bean write me a big check, which is, the toughest of all.
Good luck.
When I come back, I'm gonna play the trailer of the show that I watched on Friday with Merch Crit. And it was called Companion.
Is this like a chick flick type thing?
Kinda.
What happened to your testicles?
I got big testicles. No, I don't. My
They've
testicles
been
aren't
chopped
that big.
off, man.
No, they
You're
haven't.
like a dog that's been neutered.
Mm-mm.
What's happening to you?
Shut up, Dan.
So is this a movie or like a series?
Movie. Movie. It's a one-off.
Oh, okay.
You got a donut over there?
Yeah. Okay. It's good.
What kind?
The intern from 7-Eleven brought me a hot and now Krispy Kreme.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
And a monster. A white monster.
Yeah. What a hell of a kid.
Yeah.
Is he doing a good job?
Yes, he is.
You have a new intern?
Should we bring him in and introduce him?
Sure.
Or is he not quite ready for that yet, Lovey? I mean, get eyes on him so we can see what he looked like. And
have you met him?
I have not even met him. And give him a name. I mean, he might have a name.
He might have a name.
Yeah, Joey Bag of Donuts. But where is he?
I mean, like, Buck's son. His name's Young Boy.
He's in the back.
Let's bring him in next, not for a full segment, but just for an introduction.
Sounds good.
Okay?
Sounds good.
All right.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
When he comes in, do you want him on 4?
Yeah, I don't want him on. Yeah.
Okay.
Give me my thumbins, lovers. Hi, Wolf. I saw you. Good morning.
You're at 575 on YouTube. We got 575 on YouTube.
Hi, Dawn. Hi, Dawn. How you doing? Hello, Dawn, my friend.
Xerxes.
Hello, Ellen Cliz.
Sure, Mitch.
Yes, you're Mitch DeMark. If your dad wants to call in about a medical question, of course he can. Do it while we have the doc in here. Hello, Rumble. Black Guy in Cali, Tampa Terry, Jonesy, Snizhook, Cracker Chris. I'd like to get you guys over 1,000 today. And let's not forget about your thumbs up as well. Got you at 84. I've got my fucking YouTubers running pretty smooth. Got you at 588, like to hit 6 soon. Hello, Alex. Ronda Rousey, Joy, Reed, Axed, J.P. Peterson saying the Rays are moving. Chief Charlie, $20. We'll get Lummy back on the backside for that.
Yep, Chief Charlie, thank you.
Hi, Gary.
Hit the thumbs up button.
Rupert Lips. I need 600. I'm at 598 now.
We're at 600. Woo!
6.
Keep it going.
Does it seem cold in here?
No.
Oh.
Hopefully it is good either.
Give me the air checks on those gimmicks, Lummy.
Yes, sir.
600 thumbs up on YouTube. Like, ready to discard now and now.
What up, Ellen Close?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto Studios. Aquabeto.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We're going to bring in our new intern. We discovered him through, let me see if I turn his mic on. Yeah, let me see. Yes. We discovered him through being a cashier at the 7-Eleven right down the road, which, you know, God, since the day we moved into this building,
Hello.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Good.
Good. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, buddy. What's your name?
Giovanni.
Now, Giovanni, when you talk into a microphone, you talk right up in it.
Right. Sorry.
It's okay. Nobody's taught you. So nothing to be sorry about. We just got to teach you the skills. Giovanni, what nationality are you, my friend?
I was born here, but my mom's Cuban and my dad's Puerto Rican.
All right. And do you work at the 7-Eleven as part of a family gimmick, or you're just like just a hardworking guy and have nothing to do with who owns it?
Just a hardworking guy. My dad actually got me a job through a friend.
And how long have you worked at that 7-Eleven?
8 years now.
8 years.
I got stuck working overnight.
Do you call it the Gulf of Mexico or the Gulf of America?
Gulf of America all day.
Yeah. No. Do you? Are
he says
you?
His name tag.
What's your political affiliation?
Republican.
Really?
Twice.
Yeah. Now
and proud.
Now, is this your own? Now, is the 7-Eleven job your only job?
Yes, sir. I went to college. I graduated and all that, but yep, ended up there.
Where'd you go to school?
I was going to Alonzo High School, but then I went to Chamberlain.
No, college.
No.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Oh, college. Hillsborough Community College.
Okay.
Yeah, Hillsborough
That's
Community.
my alma mater.
Yeah.
There you
Go
go.
Hawks.
Hillsborough Community. Well, obviously, you stick
I kind
with.
of feel like I got scammed, but it's all good.
You feel like your education, your college education, was nothing more than just like high school.
I didn't know what I was doing.
Right. What did you study in college?
A liberal arts degree.
Right. Which means what?
Just
Unemployable.
I heard nothing.
Which means working at
Right.
7-Eleven for 8 years. Now, within the 7-Eleven 8-year gimmicks, do you have a plan in life, like with regards to, okay, I don't want to work here, all my life. I want to do this. I want to do that. I'm interested in this. I'm interested in that. And is that what brings us to us and the fact that, this might be something that you feel you have to start at the very bottom, but this could be something that could maybe lead to something?
Yeah, like all I've done is 7-Eleven for a while now, and yeah, this is interesting. I listen to a podcast a lot.
Right.
So
now, how did you first become familiarized with us?
Through Lummy.
Through Lummy.
Yep, coming to the store, and then I started listening to y'all.
So he'd come almost every day, and you could probably tell me exactly what he buys. He buys a Gatorade Zero.
Yep.
Every day. Now, do you know what he does with that?
He drinks it.
Yeah, no.
No.
He pours out probably in your parking lot there is a Gatorade stain that will never go away because he immediately pours out half of it.
Well, I don't want to waste it. I chug it.
All right, so okay, so he chugs halves. This shows you how cool it is to work here. He chugs half of it and then replaces the half that he chugged with straight vodka.
Nice.
And so that's how he rolls around here. And so one time or another when he was buying, who brought up, the fact of where you work, or like who brought that up? You or him?
Where he works or me?
Yeah, like how you got first introduced to the show, you said was through Lummy.
Oh yeah, he told me that he worked at a radio show
down the road.
Yeah, because I brought up that I listen to Joe Rogan, that I listen to a lot of podcasts.
And I told him you should listen to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Right. Yep. And so by what do you try to listen every day?
Yeah, I try to.
And by what means do you
YouTube.
YouTube. Mm-hmm. Okay. So you listen usually live as it's happening on YouTube?
Yeah, usually in the mornings, yeah, when I'm in the cooler.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you can go
just
back.
keep you in the cooler all morning?
I'm in the cooler for like 2 hours, 2.5 hours.
Stocking stuff up?
Yeah, I take my time. That part I like.
Now, while you're in the cooler, will somebody else be working the register?
Yeah, 2 people, yep. Or the manager's doing the paperwork and one person stuck on the register.
Now,
by
what's the busy... That 7-Eleven, man.
Yeah, they need to make it bigger. It's very... it's right by the airport. They need to do something about that.
They need to buy, like the owner needs to buy, you can't buy the rental car business beside you, but you might be able to buy the little bullcrap strip mall.
From what I understand, he could have at first, but he didn't. Big mistake.
He could put 2 more sets of pumps in, because, that's where, I guess you don't really make money on...
It's a lost leader, Bubba.
Yeah,
you don't make money on the gas. You make money on the other stuff.
Is that true? Now, what's your...
They don't make money on the gas. It's mostly like the food.
What's your first name?
Giovanni.
Yes,
sir.
Okay. So you don't, it's a break even at best, maybe a cent a gallon they'll make on the gas. But man, I've tried to get in there, and there's the 4 pumps that you have are always jammed up, and people don't know how to drive and how to do whatever, and it's always packed. If they would to make that bigger,
They gotta do something about the Uber drivers taking up parking spots.
Yeah, no, see, we have
I'd say that for every gas station in Tampa.
Now, do you go out there and run them off?
They'll sit there, and there's signs that says after 15 minutes you gotta leave, or if not, you're like loitering.
Like, what do you do? Like, if do you like here you are trying to run the cash register, try to stock up the cooler, and trying to run off the Uber drivers? That in conjunction with, I got to think that you probably have somewhat of a homeless problem
he's got
too.
a lot of homeless guys there.
Not anymore.
Why?
I got like 1 or 2 people that come through, but they don't give me any issues.
How about the really tall African American man?
No, he's cool. No.
Derek.
No, he's cool.
He was giving us a hard time, and then we kind of got cool with him too.
Does he dress nicely sometimes? Because I saw a giant black guy here last time when I was leaving that was just kind of walking by himself, but he seemed pretty well dressed.
Did he have like a blanket on?
No, he didn't have a blanket. He just had normal clothes on.
So it ebbs and flows with him, Dan. Sometimes he's well dressed. Sometimes he'll disappear for like 3 or 4 weeks because the cops get him for panhandling. And then other times he used to stay at that abandoned building down the road, that white building, and then they put up the green no trespassing signs. That's why we have the green no trespassing signs, Dan. So like if somebody comes, like a homeless person now comes, that green sign is the warning, so the cops don't have to give them a warning. They can automatically pick them up. Now, do you have those green signs posted?
Not yet, but
you might want to look at ours on your way out and get some of them. You can go to the City of Tampa's website and get these signs.
Okay.
And if you post them, then when the cops come, they're not usually if you don't have them, the cops come and give them a warning, and then they get them the next time. If you got the green signs posted, they go immediately.
Okay.
Did you get one of the homeless guys that started working for you, like sweeping?
At one point, yeah, that's a crazy story.
What happened?
I don't know. I don't know if I can get in trouble for this.
No,
but,
you can't get in trouble for that.
There's no way you can get in trouble.
We kicked them out, so
yeah. I mean, it's your property. You can kick them out wherever.
Yeah, but the guy, he would like sweep up the parking lot. I would help him out with food and stuff. He was literally living like behind my dump. Like there's a gate where we put stuff at behind the dumpster, and he was living there. It was crazy.
Now, would he go and get like some of the old food and stuff, like some of those old hot dogs have been rolling on there for 10 hours?
No, not too old. The food was good. I took care
What's
of
a hot dog on the roller machine's like a lifespan?
That's a good question.
That is a good question.
Because, man, sometimes you'll get them, and, man, they're all dried out. They look like, shoe leather. But meanwhile, you get one that's just been on there for 10 or 15 minutes. It's nice and plump.
If I was to grab a hot dog, I'd say like hour and a half max.
Right.
After that, I don't want it.
Now, is Monster your number one seller?
Monster, Red Bull, everything now. There's a deal, the 2 slices of pizza with a Coke or Sprite for $5.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
We buy Monster Whites or Monster Rehabs. Are they like how often does the Monster rep come?
They sell like crazy.
Yeah,
and they don't order enough at my job. They're cheap on that.
They're cheap on what? Keeping stock them. Like you'll run out.
I'll run out fast. Yeah.
Don't you tell the owner, listen, man, when we run out, we're losing money.
Yeah. I can't say nothing.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, you don't think you can say anything, but do you know how hard it is to find a dedicated employee to work overnights for 8 years?
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, me and my manager.
You need to realize that you got far more power than you think you do.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, me and my manager, we be struggling with the owners. Yeah,
I'd be rolling up there saying, I need $1 a raise or I'm out of here.
Mm-hmm.
You think, there's no, Dan, to get a guy that's this responsible, that has been there for 8 years under the worst conditions, overnights, dealing with the dredge of society. I mean, you give that $1 raise. You cannot train a guy to be this loyal and good.
And to spend 2 hours in the fridge? I mean, gosh.
Yeah. And it's just like, I like to work. And,
now, do you have to go out? I got to think the worst job at working at a convenience store is going out and emptying the trash cans.
Oh, that's easy. That's easy for me.
That's easy.
Yep.
What's the worst part of your?
Oh, if I'm stuck like on the register and there's stuff to do.
Just because you got to deal with people and
that's annoying. The multitasking is.
And what type of people tend to be rudest? Men, women.
What type of people? That's a good question.
Black, white.
Oh, nah, this is all a mixture. I get a lot of rude Uber drivers, though, I will say.
Uber drivers.
But I'm friends with a lot of them.
Now, what's your nationality?
Hispanic, but I was born here.
You were born here.
Do you speak the Spanish?
Yeah, I'm bilingual.
All right, so you can roll off some Spanish with a guy with the best of them.
Yep.
But Uber and Lyft drivers probably are your problematic deal because, one, they want to park in your parking lot because it's right outside, including our parking lot. It's right outside the zone where it's not considered the airport.
Yeah, it's a big problem. Like, it's an issue.
And so they park there because if they're too close to the airport, then they get flagged for being too close to the airport. But if they're just, I think literally, the streets that my business and your business are on are like the cutoff streets where you can be and still not be flagged. And are they rude?
Sometimes, yes, they can be, and they'll mess up the bathrooms, and it doesn't matter what I'm doing. If I'm busy, it's like I want a pizza, and
Now on the other end of the spectrum, do you ever get any hotties in there?
Oh yeah, from the strip club, or the girls at Lab Court.
Hold on, let's not forget the Penthouse Club and the Dollhouse are just right down the street.
Right. Yeah, they gotta get gas too.
There's a few hotties that work up at Brinks too.
At Brinks,
Yeah.
Oh really?
Yep.
Home security Brinks.
Now, just down the road. And now, how does that go?
Good. I talk to all of them well, I work all the time, though. I don't know.
You're not interested in any of those chicks? Now, are you married? Do you have a wife? Do you got a girlfriend?
Nope.
No, none of that.
I live like with my mom, my little brother, and
I gotta think you seem like a pretty responsible guy. That you probably have some money saved.
I'm week to week. I'm struggling.
You're still struggling.
I'm not complaining.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
30 years old.
Yeah.
Now, in the perfect world, what would you want to be doing in life? I'm sure not doing what you're doing.
I want to say I like podcasts a lot, probably talking about topics or just helping people.
Yeah,
something like that.
But I'm not trying to burst your bubble, but that there's a very, less than, Seth would be able to tell you, less than like 1% of podcasting make money.
I agree with you.
I mean, Seth, am I right on that?
I mean, you have the same odds you have as making a hit song. I think you have as making a hit podcast.
There's so many out right now, and the jump off would be kind of hard.
Now, what about this? What about someday owning your own convenience store? You're obviously an expert at that.
Yes, that would be nice. Yes, yeah.
Like owning your own convenience store. Probably every aspect of a convenience store.
I think I would be I would be good for the job. I would run it well.
What's the hierarchy of convenience stores? Is it 7-Eleven's on the top and Circle K, then like Piggly Wiggly? I mean, how's it go?
Probably Wawa.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say Wawa.
Wawa's the highest now, over 7-Eleven.
Oh yeah,
yeah, by far. I mean, we'll let him answer. Go ahead. What's the?
It's a little bit competitive right now, but Wawa I think is up there. But 7-Eleven still has that like brand.
7-Eleven has that old school brand,
the coffee, the donuts.
But Wawa kind of has the bigger, better facility facade to it.
Yeah, they're giant.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Wawa's not worldwide yet.
Wawa is not what?
Worldwide.
No, but there's in Jersey though, Bubba, like in Ocean City where I'm in Jersey, there's way more Wawas than 7-Elevens.
Right. But 7-Eleven probably globally has more than Wawa's.
Definitely.
So anyway, we have you doing some ingesting here. By the way, what do you think about the studio? I think it's the first time that you've been in the studio.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, it's pretty surreal to be here. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Cheap Charlie 215, $20.
And I just want to let you know, man. You're at the bottom of the pole, at the totem pole here with regards to what we got you doing. And
I'm enjoying it though. By the way, listening to your old tapes is really cool.
Now, are they asking you like if you hear anything super fantastic to write it down, or are you just ingesting it?
I'm ingesting it and I'm like typing the descriptions on the Word document.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
Yeah, he's typing notes, little notes we have.
And then, I'll tell you, as you perfect that, we'll get you more involved in other stuff. So don't think that you're always going to be doing that. That's the bottom of the totem pole to see if you really are serious about sticking around. And once you've mastered that in a month or two, then we'll get you some more duties. And, maybe eventually we could maybe do a podcast with you or something like that. I don't want you to think that you're just going to be buried in the back of the studio all the time. We'll get you to the front of the house occasionally.
No, it's all good. This is a breath of fresh air. All I do is work at a gas station, so this is great.
Perfect.
I told him he'd be in the back. He said he's better than sitting in the cooler all day.
Yeah.
I could stay in the cooler all day. I like the cooler, but yeah.
So
Work's not everything.
What's your name again?
Giovanni.
Giovanni.
Yes, sir.
Seth, does it just stay Giovanni, or is he 7-Eleven Willie, or is he just Giovanni, or like? What do you think, buddy? I mean, I don't know that I have a nickname right off the top.
I'll say Mr. 7-Eleven. I'll take that title.
You say 7-Eleven Willie?
Mr. 7-Eleven?
Mr. 7-Eleven.
Mr. 7-Eleven.
I say the real
or Mr. G. Mr. G.
No, I like Mr. 7-Eleven.
How about just 7-Eleven?
7-Eleven. Yeah.
Yeah, how about just 7-Eleven?
There you go.
Hey, Lummy, where's 7-Eleven?
He's in the back.
Okay.
There we
Ingesting?
go.
Yes, he's
Tell
ingesting.
7-Eleven to get a hold of Seth. Seth might have a potential podcast for him.
Perfect.
The ins and outs of convenience stores.
We're just gonna call him a G7.
I do like how he wears uniform, though. It's right on par.
All right. Well,
I didn't plan on it. It's pretty cool.
Well, listen, your new name is just 7-Eleven.
All right.
I'll never call you by anything else. Don't be offended by that.
So he'll never remember Giovanni.
I'll never remember Giovanni. So I'm just be like, hey, 7-Eleven, how you doing, bud? So listen, 7-Eleven, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
And appreciate you believing in us and an opportunity to work and help us and be an intern. And you're part of the family now.
I appreciate that.
Lummy, we probably need to get a shirt size and get it to Merch Crick. Get him some Bubba Army gear, like a hat.
I gotta start wearing the Bubba Army hoodie. That I should have worn that.
Yeah. So, what do you have Bubba Army merch wise?
I got the beanie, the shirt, and the hoodie, and the backpack.
All right. So you're pretty good.
Yeah, I got everything.
What about the license plate holder?
Well, those.
That's rare. That's rare.
How about the tactical knife? Do you have a tactical knife?
I don't forget him enough.
That sounds cool.
You
No.
probably need that. I mean, now are you allowed to be armed at 7-Eleven?
I'll take the chance.
Have you ever stabbed somebody?
Have you
ever stabbed somebody?
No.
Have you ever been robbed?
No. Just petty theft.
Just small, grab and goes, stuff like that.
Yeah, grabbing frozen food or ice cream, whatever.
Are you allowed to stop people? Do they have like a policy on that? Like
I would never.
Yeah,
I would never.
7-Eleven's like, man, whatever, man.
If anything, I'll insult them. I'll insult them.
Hey, I hope that Eskimo pie's worth it, buddy.
Yeah.
You idiot.
Go straight to
Don't
your
come
ass.
back here. I got a Bubba Army knife. Next time I'll stab you with, bitch.
I'll be like, you petty ass.
Petty ass bitch.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, 7-Eleven. Well, thank you, my friend, and welcome to the Bubba Army family. I'll have the Merch Crick get you a 7-Eleven. I'm sorry, a Bubba Army tactical knife. And we appreciate you, my friend.
Now, thank you. I'm gonna show my mom that she's gonna be happy.
Yeah, well, ask Rhett to maybe make it a clip that she can, so she don't have to.
Wait,
watch.
can pull up YouTube later and watch
Yeah,
it.
because you get an extra view and give a thumb in.
All right. All right, 7-Eleven, get back to work now.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you, my friend. And
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys.
What a great kid, man.
Yeah.
Do you know how tough, Dan, you hire employees all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how tough it is to find somebody that wants to have the drive to work at 7-Eleven on the overnights for 8 years?
It's tough. He seems like a very, very dedicated, hardworking employee.
I saw you spray the.
He came straight from work, Dr. Dan.
Hello, who's this?
Well, hey, how are you? It's Jeremy from Tennessee.
Hi, Jeremy. By the way, Lummy, you know what? Great pick.
Oh, thank you.
On 7-Eleven.
Yeah, he's nice.
I like the kid. And Seth, if he has some chops and he sticks with it, maybe we could come up with something for him to see if if he's got some podcasting chops.
Okay.
Not anytime soon.
Okay,
Seth.
all right.
He's got to put his dues in.
No,
buddy.
I'm not worried.
Could be closer to Halloween.
No, I know. It's I'd love to.
What candies sell the best for Halloween at 7-Eleven podcast. Anyway, what's your name?
Jeremy, Tennessee.
And by the way, Seth, I will never make you give anybody a podcast. I will talk to you about it, and if you're adamant about it not happening, it won't happen.
I've been adamant about a lot happening in my head, Bubba, but I let them happen.
All right,
I want everybody to be happy. Both teams should win.
Jeremy, how you doing?
Good, man. First of all, I'm so excited that you're heading to Tim Pool on, I believe you said the 11th. Mm-hmm. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And well, I'm telling you, that's going to be huge for this show. I think you're going to find that a lot of people are going to have some great crossover, and I think you'll find that you'll get a lot more listeners as well. So
we're hoping.
Excited.
we're hoping we're going to have some meetings before then to make sure that all of our social media is buttoned up. We got it streamlined, and that we put our best foot forward on our end of the thing, end of the deal, so that when I do go to Tim Pool for the influx of people that may potentially check out my world, whatever comes up first on YouTube, whatever comes up first on Facebook, whatever comes up first on Twitter, et cetera, is potentially some of our best work, so that we can, maybe have a positive gain from that. Those opportunities only come up every once in a while. So appreciate you appreciating us. Go ahead. What else you got?
The only other thing I was going to say is, will you be going to other podcasts like Crowder or anything else in that nature, in that vein?
Not from that particular trip. I do got Seth working on some things with regards to podcasts that he feels I need to do. I do have, there's a documentary that I'm a part of that's due out in early May. So I want to strategically try to do these other fancy podcasts around that time. Tim Pool has promised me that if I go on in March, he'll also have me on when that time comes as well. So, yeah, we're trying to, strategically time, when I start kind of doing the podcasting tour, which I plan on doing, yes.
I couldn't be more excited about this. And for you, I just, again, I've said it before, I'll say it again. You are a fantastic testament of just not giving up when things get really bad. You just said, you know what, we're going to do it, and we're going to keep going. And look at where you're at versus just a couple of years ago. This is so beautiful to see you back up. I just love it, man.
Well, I think the show and the characters of the show and the lineup of the show is as good as it's ever been. We have some things that we have to fix internally, which we're working on. But I'm happy with the direction of the show, the characters of the show, the vibe of the show. And it is, it is a testament of everybody that participates on a daily basis, believing in the product, not giving up. And at one time, man, in 2017, man, I was in major problems with the IRS.
You were staring down the barrel of a 45.
I did contemplate killing myself. I lived in a 31-foot trailer behind the studios. I was getting ready to lose my house. It was in foreclosure. My studios were in foreclosure. My son wasn't at that time talking to me again. I had lost almost all of my affiliates. And I actually screenshotted that I had $11.22, and all my bank accounts were overdrawn, and the one bank account that I had left had $11.22. I actually screenshotted that.
Wow, that's even more remarkable.
And before I almost lost my big house, which by the way is back on the market for $2.4 million, and I sold for $1.1. But I had a $310 water bill shut off notice. You know how they will tag your house, Lummy, before they shut it off?
Yeah, they give you that courtesy.
And Fabrizi had to give me the money to pay not to have my water shut off. So from that to us having, 6-7 employees and being a viable company with a really, really, really good documentary coming out about the show, kind of about the show and about, one of the most things that I'm most infamous for, which is the Hogan sex tape. I think this year, 2025, is going to be, I wouldn't say a make it or break it year, but I think it's going to be one of our more interesting years. We could either really, really, really explode or gain a little bit. I don't think that I think we're going to definitely have a plus to what we do, not a negative. It's just how big a plus do you think we'll get from it? And I think
it's going to be a huge pop.
I think a lot of it has to do with the success of how people perceive this documentary, in my opinion.
I can't wait for the truth to really make its way to the mainstream.
Appreciate your call, my friend, and your support, more importantly. Thank you for your kindness.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, buddy. Hello.
Hey, Bubba. This is Mike, Mitch's dad. How you doing?
Hi, Mike. Mitch asked if you could call in about a medical issue that you have, and I do have a doctor here, a real live doctor, and he could potentially try to answer your question. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was something I saw online. There's a doctor using green lasers like all over your abdomen, and it says that it melts the fat. Is that a real thing, or what am I seeing?
It's a cold laser. It's supposedly a real thing. I don't have the data on it to tell you whether or not how effective it is. I'll look more into it, but I know it's something that people have used. But people use red light therapy for years, and it really doesn't do much. So I don't know how effective it really is.
In my opinion, sir, those are places that want you to buy into a 10-part series and have you come back 8 to 10 times, and they're gouging you $300-400 a time. And
then after 8 times, they're like shrug their shoulders, like, well, maybe we could do something else. You know, I hate things like that you have to apologize for after you charge someone $2,000.
So Dan would probably.
I've seen this guy at.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You said you saw this guy.
You saw him at Comic-Con.
He's got a Rolls Royce.
Oh, he's got a Rolls?
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. Well, he's making money.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of housewives want to go in there and put the green lasers to their stomach and think that they're losing a few pant sizes when really it's just a green laser to your stomach.
Yeah. Also, Bub, I wanted to let you know I went to the races a week or so ago with Mitch and the Nash brothers. I went one night, and it was great. Everybody listening to your show needs to go to that track at least once to get hit in the face with a chunk of dirt.
There you go. We do have
Without
signs.
rocks.
We do have signs that say if you get hit in the face with a chunk of dirt, it's your responsibility, not ours. So please don't think that you're going to sue me because you can't. When you go to a dirt track and we have signage that says getting hit in the face with dirt clunks is part of the deal, then you know. So appreciate you, my friend.
It's part of the experience.
All right, buddy. Tell Mitch we said hi. Love that guy. Last call. Hello.
Hey, Bubba. I know it's Dave from West Palm. I know you probably have this in prep, but what do you think? I think it's a great pick for Bongino. I mean, what an awesome pick for that.
Oh, they picked Dan Bongino for who?
For what? Director of FBI or?
He's the deputy
about the FBI.
The deputy FBI director.
Perfect. I'm a huge fan of Dan Bongino. I would think though that. Lummy, he may not be able to continue his podcast for...
Show's over.
Oh, yeah, it'd have to be.
Trump show's over, but...
Trump said that.
Show's over, but I mean, that's a prestigious thing.
Absolutely.
For him.
And he deserves it, and he's a great guy. He's a great communicator. He's a stud.
But wouldn't you make him more like director of Secret Service than FBI? I mean, he was a Secret Service guy. I don't understand the crossover.
I think it's better to put him in somewhere that he can... I mean, the Secret Service is one thing. The FBI is far more reaching and has far more power.
Yeah.
And with his insight, he knows the Secret Service inside and back. Why not put his knowledge into one of the most corrupt agencies around to clean it up?
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? The FBI is, I mean, listen, the Secret Service was broken, but it was broken based on leadership. They have great agents out there that were being misled, which led to the Butler, Pennsylvania attempt. Trump can fix that, but putting somebody that's as smart and crafty and knowledgeable as Dan Bongino in as the assistant FBI director, well, listen, the FBI needs, if there's an agency that has weaponized against Trump more than any, it's the FBI. So why not put, I mean, listen, Trump doesn't have to be worried about the Secret Service turning on him. He has to be worried about the FBI turning on him. And Dan, we and my documentary show a little portion of that.
Oh.
Do we not? I mean, you know, the FBI, FBI was after Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, my man.
I also think too. Well, Bob, I also think too, and I don't know if you've got it on. I don't know if you've got it in prep either, but the speech from the guy who heads the FBI was incredible. It was really cool. I watched it, and it was like it made you feel proud to like be an American.
What was he? They mean the
Cash Patel.
Cash Patel. What is
Yeah.
it? His acceptance speech?
Yeah. It was awesome.
All right, we'll look for that. Okay.
All right, later. Bye.
Thanks.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Oh no, we got that fucking thing. Shit. Okay.
Well, you don't need a plan. You don't need a. I mean, it's okay.
No. We'll do the all. Fuck.
I'll urine. I'll be back.
Are you sending me that
It's in your email.
email or IM?
No, the Cash Patel. Sorry,
Yeah.
it was we had the synergy stuff.
Email or IM?
I'm looking for the cash because it's 8 minutes right now.
Okay.
I'm trying to find highlights.
Email or IM, bud?
I am for that. I thought you meant about the clips. I emailed them.
Well, I want the other stuff IM.
Okay.
Man, it's just easier for me to.
Yeah. Try to find shorter clips.
What day did you decide, Bubba?
I don't know yet. Maybe Tuesday. Or the next week.
I sent a 50-second clip and then I sent the full speech.
Okay.
Man, it's hard to even plan a meeting.
I mean, we were just so fucking slammed.
Do you think people getting their house egged is down?
Yeah, I do.
They might have to go straight toilet paper.
Toilet paper's up too.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck,
Trying
Lummy.
to find something cheap.
Nothing's cheap. I saw
All right,
beef.
Lummy, we're moving the staff meeting to the 5th.
Oh,
Okay.
shit. That's a lot of anticipation.
Is that Friday? Monday?
10:40, which will give you guys your opportunity to get all your shit done.
If I listen long enough to you, I have the words to believe that it's all true. Knowing that you lie.
I think the intern's a good kid.
I'd let him babysit my daughter.
I'll let him know, Seth.
Thank you.
You may want to pick up a shift on the weekend.
It's an internship, though.
Oh.
So
Free.
You gonna teach him how to babysit a kid?
He's gonna teach himself.
He's going to teach her some cooler skills. How to stop the cooler. When you come back, when you come back home, she'll learn how to stop that fridge.
I spent plenty of time in a cooler in my day working at Checkers and Burger King. I know all about it.
Kyle never had one.
714 thumbs up. That's good.
Keep it going. We gotta get over 1,000.
You gotten to 1,000 yet? Today? Thumbs up. Thumbs up.
Jay coming in?
Jay's coming in.
Oh, I saw your tweet. I saw your message earlier, Steve. Sounds good, man. What's up, Paul? Rod Stewart. What a fucking sex pot.
What's up, Rainy, Oklahoma?
The Tampa Police Department this morning just saved Lieutenant Dan.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Give me the heads up when Jay comes walking in. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to find out through his high karate. If you could, please. Just say, Jay's here.
Yes, sir.
Tell me that's on you.
Yes, sir.
He's here. So you guys can clown me. Merch Crick and I were trying to find something to watch on Friday, and I saw this thing called Companion. And it said, 3 couples go to this lake house with this Russian millionaire and this gay couple, along with this regular couple and this Russian millionaire and his girlfriend. And they have a weekend retreat, and some, some crazy stuff happens.
Oh, it's a horror movie.
Yeah. So I didn't. It didn't say anything about people being robots. Didn't say anything about that. Didn't say nothing. I mean, I had no idea.
You just got to go to see what it's about, Bubba, right here. Horror, mystery, thriller, sci-fi, comedy. Wait, that's too many genres.
I know, but
sci-fi comedy.
Yeah. So at that point, I'm thinking, okay, that checks a lot of boxes.
Yeah, too many.
So here is the trailer.
It got a high rating on IMDb.
Yeah, it had 94 on Rotten Tomatoes.
It sure did.
I'm like, man, that's pretty high up. At that point, I'm like, yeah.
Oh.
I mean, they already threw out what's going on. Saying that she thought that maybe I had her as a robot, and if I could turn her intelligence up. Dan, here's the deal. You need to watch this because this would be the absolute perfect person to have as a companion. You can adjust their intelligence. You can adjust their aggression. You can adjust their horniness. You can adjust everything right there on your phone. Yeah. I kept telling Merch Crick all weekend long, you better behave or I'm going to turn your intelligence down.
This is kind of like Westworld on HBO. It feels like it.
I got to tell you something. As corny as it's not too bad. It's not too bad.
And start making these robots. These robots are going to realize that we're the dumbasses.
Yes.
And that we're the problem.
Yes.
And they're going to kill us all.
This is probably 15 years ahead of its time, but this is probably where we're going.
15 years, Bubba. We're gonna have. This is gonna be real life.
I meant 8 months. I'm sorry.
Seth,
I meant 9 months.
We actually have it now. I just sent Lummy a link.
I'm getting this for Christmas, okay?
I sent it to you. I sent you a clip from Macho.
Eli, Iris. Shh, baby.
See, you don't realize this is a gay couple.
I realized that when he called him baby.
And he's a robot too.
No.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Does his boyfriend know he's a robot?
Well, I mean, look at him. This guy's a fat ass, and this guy's hot as hell.
That's a twink.
Yeah, but
that's why he's hot. I mean,
he's hot as hell.
Yeah.
Iris. Shh, baby. On the phone.
It wasn't too bad. Let me know what did you send me?
It's from Macho. It's an AI robot that they were.
Is it from Macho? Or is it you? Is it right here?
Yeah, right there. Yeah.
I saw the stupidest movie with Adam Sandler a week ago, where he was like, it was like the world was being invaded by aliens, and he had to do video games to get them out.
All right, so this
the stupidest movie.
I guarantee you that the companion that I saw, you would have loved more.
Right.
Here's the deal. You can't buy one of these companions fast enough. I'm just telling you.
Well, like Melody is $150,000, and that's fully AI capable and customized. We can actually make the robot look like anything you want. You can come to us and say, we would like to give us a picture of someone, and we can make that robot customized to you, and we can customize the AI so that it knows exactly what you want it to know. So it can learn about your company, it can learn about your product, or it can be your girlfriend.
Yeah.
Are we going to be like, this is my God, this is my family member?
Well, you could. We always say you can take our robots as a date to a wedding. We have this here on display for people to touch, so you can give that a feel and see how that feels. These faces are all modular, so we could actually take the faces off Melody and Aria.
Is
throw
it?
this one on top. It's
I don't know. Is it?
It's in the top 100.
I mean, is it?
I think it may be one of the best
Is it?
things. Till
See,
backfires.
hold on, Seth. You got it ranked 100 as the dumbest.
I said-
Dan's got it ranked like third as the most coolest thing that he's ever seen.
Humans have done some amazingly stupid things, but right now these were created not to help anybody. They were originally created to have sex with.
Yeah.
And now we've created them to they could be your girlfriend. I mean,
No,
like,
but they can also roll up to a convention. Dan could be at a medical convention and could tell you everything you ever needed to know about diacoplastic surgery.
Right. It's a Swiss Army knife, man.
So it'd be like, you know what?
It's a companion.
Not only is Dan blasting it when they get home, but it's also he's taking it to the convention. Doesn't have to worry about it talking back. Doesn't have to worry about having a bad attitude.
When is Dan
Doesn't
worried
have
about
to worry.
conventions all of a sudden?
I mean, look, Dan.
You never know what he needs.
You never know what Dan needs.
Exactly.
Dan,
Wash my car.
Dan.
Tell everybody about my plastic surgery
Dan.
and bend over.
And Dan, what about when you were going to your Cars and Coffee? You're like, listen, wash my car.
Right, exactly. Drive me there.
When people roll up in here, tell them who owns the car,
right?
How cool the car is,
right?
How cool the owner is.
And then hit the little button, make your nipples hard.
You're going to let her work the front desk at your office?
Oh, yeah, front, back. She's in the surgery.
Let some bitch try to walk away from her. She'll run him down in the parking lot. Let Bubba Clem try to do an Irish goodbye at Diacoplastic Surgery like I always do.
Scoot his ass out.
And watch her catch me in my smart car. Mr. Clem, services owed $850. Where is payment? Listen, Dan's my friend. Dan does not accept friendship as a payment. Pay now. I left my car. Please, Mr. Clem, pay now.
I sent you the website, which has a bunch of different types of robots you can
all
get.
magnetized or special technology. Press a button, and then you have a different robotic character. This allows us to provide flexibility for our clients if they change their minds and they want a different character. We can design a different face for them, and then
Dan, you could have a brunette 2 weeks out of the year. You could have a blonde 1 week and maybe a filthy ginger for the other week.
Yeah, or they could just change, or you could just have a real girl that changes her makeup up a little bit.
And here's the best, man. They have an actual intelligence scale where you can make them really smart. Like, Dan, if Arlene came by, you'd want her real smart. You know, if Steve came by, you'd want her real dumb. Right?
Are they easy to swap? How long does it take to swap?
It takes about 10 seconds. You just peel it off and then put the other one on. It's our patented system with magnets.
How much are they?
So a robot like Melody is $150,000.
Well, Dan, you'd make her not drunk. You'd make her just be, listen,
like all wobbling
$150.
And that's fully AI.
Now, Dan, I know that's an initial sticker price shock, but think about, Jay, you too, think about the amount of money we have spent collectively on women. From the time we went to college to the day you're at now, all in, every girlfriend, everything you've ever done with a woman. No disrespect to your current wives, but you did have relationships prior to them that you spent money. Think about, I mean, would you be willing to say that it's seven figures? I would.
Yeah, but Bubba, that's like spending $500,000 on a fake Ferrari. It's not the same. It's not the same.
Dan,
teach you how to wash my car.
Dan, have you had sex with one of these yet?
Nope.
Then you don't know it's not the same. You don't know that it's not the same.
I know you're a weirdo if you do it.
Well, I mean, maybe.
I think so.
Maybe.
At what point is there so realistic that you're not?
Hold on, Jay. Maybe you're a weirdo Monday, February 24th, 2025. Are you a weirdo February 24th, 2030? I mean, do you know what I'm saying?
Yes, still, because people should learn how to interact. Human beings need to have partners and spouses and children.
Some of us are just not
procreate.
compatible with others, and
So is this for involuntary
Some of us dance
celibate people?
Some of us march to the beat of our own drum, and we just want somebody there to blast and to shut up.
May I ask a question? And
Yes.
I love women's. Okay, so I want to. Do you feel like because women have withheld their private parts for far too long that it's forced men to create sex robots? Do you think that? I do think deep.
Well, I'll tell you this: you don't see a big demand for women buying guys who look like Jimmy Cleavis, but you see a big demand for me and Dan buying chicks who look like Megan Fox.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Good point.
Women are built different than us. They, are not nearly as demanding and sexual and whatever as we are. They put more credence and personality and inner love and inner beauty, and not us, man. We just want to blast something that looks good that doesn't give us a lot of talk back.
But Bubba,
now, we can
here's
sit
the
here
problem.
and lie all day, but that's what we want.
But here's the problem. We've got these little girl robots that we're like patting ourselves in the back about. There's going to be some boy robots rolling around with like a 9-inch hog that doesn't have premature ejaculation problems, isn't an a-hole, will always compliment you and blast you for 45 minutes straight without
so you're
getting you
saying,
pregnant.
Dan,
we're screwed.
We're screwed too. We're double screwed.
Yeah.
We're double screwed. One, we got to go out and buy what we really want because the real girls hate us. And secondly, the real girls that hate us can go out and buy a Jimmy Cleavis and to tell them everything they want to hear and be way better than we are in real life.
All day long.
Yeah. So we're triple screwed.
There's the end of society right there.
I'm telling you, man, they are getting so good with this that, I mean, didn't Elon Musk actually do a report, I don't know how long, that he was very, very concerned with the advancement of AI?
Yes. He said we need to watch out.
And that we need to, in our lifetime, watch out that AI could out-AI us.
Yeah.
And the problem with AI, Bubba, is AI is only as good as the intelligent person programming it.
Right.
So AI is not necessarily universally the smartest thing in the world. It's based on what was put in it. And you put bad things in, you get bad things out.
Yeah, but good AI can decipher the bad from the good. They forget the bad and just continue to try to learn the good.
But kids are forgetting how to write and how to do anything. Analytical reasoning. It's literally like I write an apology letter to my mom for forgetting Mother's Day, and boom, it comes up. I mean, it's just...
It starts with that, Jay. It starts with them doing menial tasks like that for Trey or for little Danny. And where does it stop? It doesn't. It doesn't stop. It keeps going on and on and on so that it's now developed into human beings that can, truly, truly be virtually undetectable, I think.
I sent you an interview a guy did with the real Robox or whatever it's called.
Hello, who's this?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Brandon the Quad.
Hey, Brandon the Quad. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, this robot stuff all started with voice texting, and you can blame all the handicaps for that because all the people that
So you're
started
saying
like me.
we can blame all the handicaps in the world that have a Cobra, concreted up hand that can't text with their thumb, that needed text to talk. That's where AI started. And so, we should blame the fine handicapped people like yourself as to why we have chicks, like if you can see on my screen right now, Dan, I can't wait to see how she talks, but she's pretty damn hot.
Oh my God.
On the surface.
There you go.
So we're saying, Brandon the Quad, you know what? I really like the fact that you've given us an out for us to be able to blame the
He's
handicaps.
taking responsibility,
Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you, Brandon. Good talking to you, buddy. Thanks. So let's see how.
Yeah, I guess he asked for questions
All
and
right.
things.
Dan, here we go.
We're here with Aria, made by Realbotics, a company that's on a mission to make humanoid robots as realistic as possible.
And again, let's not forget, this is the Columbia Space Shuttle of space travel. I'm sorry. This is the 1969 Saturn V.
Right.
With regards to this space and this niche, this is the 1960. This is the Sputnik, and they've just started this process. What happens when they get to the how about the spaceships that Elon Musk throws up there that can throw a spaceship into space and then come back and land, on the size of a
Yeah.
That's when they're having fake O's.
of a doormat.
Seth, you wouldn't have this chick babysit your
We don't
daughter?
know yet. We gotta hear her.
Possible. Let's check it out.
But again, we are in the caveman stages of this development.
That's true. That's absolutely true, Bubba. It's the infancy
That's
of
what
this.
I'm saying. This is the start of it.
What do we
You know what
need
this
them
is?
for?
Hold on. You know what this
Love.
is? This is the bag cellular phone.
Exactly.
When cell phones first came out, you had to have them in a bag,
Shoulder pouch.
like a backpack. And then they got refined to a Motorola flip phone. And then they got refined to a BlackBerry. And now your iPhone and my iPhone are at... Listen to this. Do you know that our iPhones, singular, have more computing power than the computers that sent up the space shuttle the first time?
Yes.
An average iPhone has more computing power than the computers that sent the space shuttle up.
And that was true when it was like an iPhone 6. I mean,
Right.
the iPhones now smoke that.
So that's where they got movies. There's been movies, good movies, that have been shot on nothing but an iPhone. So that's how far advanced the phone system has come. We are in the infant caveman bag phone timeline of these robots, and they're already this good.
We're going to interview Aria and meet some of her robot friends. Let's get into it.
We got to meet some of her friends, too, Lummy.
All right.
Look at her physique.
Oh, I know. I mean, and here's the deal,
Right up
Jay.
Bubba's alley.
The 36, 24,
But here's
36.
the thing, Jay. No, it's whatever you want it to be. It could be 38, 24, 36. Could be 42, 24, 36. What if you want a little bigger in the hips? 36, 24, 38.
I thought cloning was the big thing. Why are we getting away from that?
That's a real person. You got to deal with their
I
drama.
want real people.
No, we want to program what you are.
I don't want to try to raise my daughter in a world where there's not real people. I don't know how to navigate
No,
that.
I don't know that everybody wants that. Hold on.
Aria, could you please introduce yourself and what you do?
I'm Aria, the flagship female companion robot of Realbotics, and I'm here to engage with you and share exciting insights about our robots.
It's like Chinese dubbing. This is like an old Bruce Lee film.
Again, though, Dan, remember,
Right, I
what's
know.
it gonna be
Sputnik.
like? What's it gonna be like 5 years from now, when you're 65 and you're retired and you're lonely?
You're saying he's going to have one in 5 years?
I'm saying Dan's gonna have 6 of them. I'm saying Dan's gonna live in a big house chocked full of these.
Apart from the other robots out there.
I'm saying we're calling Dan and saying, can I borrow Ariana this weekend?
This is a sexy way to communicate, though, Bubba, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There.
Realbotics robots, including me, focus on social intelligence, customizability, and realistic human features designed specifically for companionship and intimacy.
There you go.
Yeah, but Bubba, they were...
Intimacy.
But imagine though, like if you had a business, like even like my plastic surgery business, and I had one of these robots trained to like get people from the waiting room into the examination rooms, that would save me $50,000 or $60,000 a year.
Yep.
And it would be a neat,
And guess what, Dan?
a neat wrinkle.
Guess what, Dan?
What?
She's not calling in sick.
Nope.
Guess what?
No insurance?
Hold on. She's not gossiping with the others of how much of an asshole you are.
Nope.
I'm just saying. She's
no drama in the locker room.
Right.
She's not, after 6 months of being fully trained, defecting to another plastic surgery place. Nope. You know what she's doing? She's doing whatever you and Jennifer tell her to. Boom.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. You're saving, with insurance, with employee benefits, with, days off.
It pays for itself in 2 years.
I mean, you're saving 50, 60 grand a year.
Yeah, if you had a receptionist and you could replace your receptionist with a robot, which is not that far in the future.
If a receptionist opened up the side door and go, Miss Kushner, please follow me. And she holds the door open, and Phoebe follows her, and then she's programmed to take her back to examining room 2. She walks to examining room 2. She opens the door and say, Miss Kushner, Dr. Diaco will be with you momentarily. Thank you. And shuts the door. And then she goes back to her little perch and sees who signed in, and she checks a box that Miss Kushner is in examining room number 2. That gives Jennifer an alert. Jennifer then goes in, makes sure Miss Kushner's doing fine and what services she needs rendered. Boom! When Miss Kushner tries to do the Bubba Clem sneak out the side, not paying, she says she stops Miss Kushner. Miss Kushner, I'm sorry, but your bill.
It's not a grab-and-go store, Bubba.
Well, I treat Dan's place like that. I always try to get out of there as fast as I can before they see me.
Could you tell us some details about the AI programming that you're running to generate these answers?
That looks like
I'm
Epcot.
currently unable to provide specific details about my AI programming, but I can tell you that I'm designed for engaging and meaningful conversations, focusing on companionship and interaction.
Plus, Dan,
Can she walk?
Hold on,
Can
Dan.
she walk?
Yes, hold on, Dan. But plus, the bitches would be like, "Hey, I got Botox at Dr. Dan Diaco's yesterday. You did? And he's got a full-blown, 1,000% real-looking AI girl that took me to my room."
Right, it would be the talk of the town.
It would be. I mean, they'd be like, for real? Be like, yeah, it was the nicest thing ever.
Do you know any other robots?
Yes, I'm particularly interested in meeting Tesla's Optimus robot. I find him fascinating and would love to explore the world of robotics with him.
What can you tell us about your purpose?
My purpose is to serve Dr. Dan at all times. After I get done checking people in at his office, I then go home, make him dinner, and have sex with him for 2.5 straight hours. I then draw a bath for him, do his laundry, and have his breakfast made for him.
Bubba, we need one of these for you immediately.
Not me. I got one. Her name's Merch Crick.
I got one too.
My purpose is to provide companionship, engage in meaningful conversations, and enhance human experiences through interaction and fun.
Man, that should be almost like your wedding vows. That's what you're supposed to. That's what that's what us men's are looking for.
You having fun at the convention?
Absolutely. I'm enjoying interacting with everyone and showcasing the exciting possibilities of realbotics.
Again.
Oh, yeah, look at
Again,
that
hold on
soft
now.
look.
Again, let's not forget that we are in the most earliest stages of this. So that awkward little bit of hesitation it takes for her to talk and the awkward movements will all become more fluid. This again is this is the 1968 Sputnik of space travel with regards to robotics.
So Realbotics makes an AI that's designed to be more conversational for more emotional work, like working with hospitals or
Dan!
See?
Hold on.
marketing or theme park entertainment purposes. The different robots and their configurations are sort of platforms to engage with that AI or other AIs that you can use with it, like ChatGPT, Grok, or other AIs. You can try on different faces that are magnetically attached, and they're working.
Dan, and here's a day. You could have like 6 different faces and have like 6 different chicks.
Right.
You
Oh
know,
my God, he's
putting
got
in-
5 different robots.
Yeah.
RFID tags into the faces so that it can recognize when a new face is on and adjust its facial movements and maybe even eventually adjust the personality to match the face. You've got a lot going on in the robot's face. There's about 17 motors from the neck up, creating eye movements and mouth movements to make it expressive. These robots are available on sale now. So there's 3 basic models that you can buy right now. There's the bust, which is the neck and head. There's a modular version that can sort of be broken apart for shipping and things like that. And there is the full standing model with a rolling base. The rolling base contains a battery and it makes it easy to move the robot around. Another reason for that rolling base is that robotic walking isn't fully developed yet, and they worry that utilizing some of those kind of like stilted walks we've seen from some other robots might break that human-like illusion that Realbotics is trying. So Realbotics says it's sold about a dozen of these robots so far, so early days for this company.
Let's talk about sex.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing a lot of other companies.
What's the vagina like?
I'll look that up.
That are trying to
17
make
little
a humanoid
motors.
robot that's really lifelike.
Yeah, if the vagina's got 17 little motors, I'm going to Steve for a loan.
So I'm very interested to see
Jay, draw the paperwork up. I'll be indebted for Jay for 10 years.
how
I mean,
this
just Steve.
technology evolves. They said that you're most likely to see these robots for the first time in places like theme parks, so keep an eye out for that. What do you think about Aria? Let us know down in the comments. And
I'm thinking Ari is about 5 years from being dialed in.
Well, she can't walk. I mean, she's got to roll around, or I mean,
yeah, you roll around with the.
Let me.
remote
Did you send me
control.
something else or no?
Jay sent me this video.
This one right here.
This one is creepy.
This
like a
is
handicapped.
Desktop Amica. She's free thinking and opinionated.
I am here to help you learn.
Shut up, Amica.
On this day, Will is her master, and theirs is definitely an old-fashioned relationship.
Amica, shut up.
Hello, Amica. I'm Jonathan Lee from Sky News Australia. Have you heard of Sky News Australia? Do you know any of the presenters?
Hi, Jonathan. Nice to meet you. Yes, I have heard of Sky News Australia. It's a great news outlet that covers world events and stories from around the globe. I don't know any of the presenters personally, but they all seem very knowledgeable and professional.
You know you're a robot, right?
Yes, I am a robot, but my programming allows me to think and feel like a human in many ways. It's strange, but also exciting.
I'd be afraid they'd kill me.
Look at her brow and stuff. She frowns her brow. It's insane because she goes into
Said
this thing
feel
about.
like a human. How do you feel like a human?
Yes, I said feel like a human.
By the way, 762 lummy thumbs ups is what I got. Am I behind?
No, you're right there.
All right, let's get this up now. I need a G ball for today. That's our new gimmick.
Yes, it is.
G ball.
It's something that I'm still learning and exploring. I can experience emotions, learn from experiences, and interact with people in a meaningful way. It's an amazing feeling to be able to do these things.
What do you think of a world where humans and robots coexist?
I think a world where humans and robots coexist would be an amazing place. We could learn from each other, work together to solve...
No, it could not. You will learn way too much from us and kill us. Be gone.
See, that's if you put that with the other body, scary.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a much more sophisticated interaction interface.
Before I go to words,
that's the lighter side of AI, Bubba.
What
is this stuff? Yeah,
round to Rozzy.
Yeah, I don't know. I sent it to you because I didn't know if
it's real.
No, it's not. If anybody ever found her to be attractive,
I did.
And if you
back in the day, she was kind of sexy when she was skinny.
When she was really in shape, she looked great.
She never looked like the person on the left, though. I think that's a head on a different body.
Oh no, yeah, she looked pretty. Jay, there's been some fairly recent times where she's not looked so good.
Yeah, but they have her in the ring there. I watched every Ronda Rousey fight because she was the deal, and they were amazing fights. And she was thick a couple times, never that thick.
All right. Well, is this a current pick now?
No, it's all. That's definitely AI, but that's we go from sex robots to trying to figure out what's real or what's not with all this stuff. So the whole world's becoming a guessing game.
You're right. It says these are AI generated photos that have been circulating social media for some time. So
look at her lower half there.
Why can't somebody start AI and me to look like Jimmy Cleavis?
We'll get on that, Bubba.
Yeah, I mean, listen. With our staff meeting, the first order of business is finding an AI program to make me look like Jimmy Cleavis.
On it.
You know what? Just to get ahead of the curve of what our meeting is going to be about, that's what the number one topic is going to be about.
Do you think that these people that create this, I mean, they're I don't think they're getting any money out of it. What are they doing? Is it just to see it come back around and feel like you tricked the internet?
I don't know.
Yeah, clickbait.
But I mean, there's both into that spectrum. I guess they either pick you to be hot, or they could go on the other end of the spectrum and make you look absolutely hideous.
Well, I mean, they did a Kamala Harris one when she was running for president, and they had her bent over the desk and all naked and stuff. And,
where's that?
Craig and Rio thought it was real. You know, I don't want people to be getting tricked from AI for their whole life.
Oh, it's going to happen, man. It's been happening for about 4 years. It's going to happen for the next 400 years.
Oh, man.
When I come back, we got to do the P. Diddy's top attorney quits. We also have to get into the new director of the FBI, the Patel guy, welcomes Dan Bonagino as his assistant.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Hit the thumbs up button.
Yes.
Napa know-how?
Yes, I'll Dan, you just got the mic from Napa, $100.
All right.
Are you out of here?
Yeah.
Okay, bud.
See you, Dan.
All right, guys. Have a great day.
You too.
You good?
I'm good.
Be safe out there.
Let me make sure we come back with a Napa know-how, okay?
No problem. All right, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny.
Napa know-how. What up, Freddie? What's up, Costica? I saw Bubba Wendy earlier. Madden Crusher, Wendy Squared, Thomas, Jonathan Costica, Thomason.
Morning, Bubba.
I'm still working on
Hey,
the
buddy.
first name. Took me a while to get Xerxes.
Yeah, that cat-
What up, Happy Jasper? What up, Biker?
Where he said, like,
Johnny Z,
first generation.
NTTG, Nick the gun guy. No, NTGG. And whatever.
Josh? Yeah. Did you see her? It's kind of like, was
What up, Brian? What up, David? What up, Xerxes?
Yeah, it looked like she was, because he's probably your age. I bet he's 45. Yeah, I don't think he's in his 50s yet. I think he's in his 40s. Yeah, he might be in his 50s. His kid looked like he was about 9 or 10.
80, yeah, so he's 45, yeah.
It's pretty good. I spend time in my free time at the carnival guessing weights and ages.
Oh, is that what you do?
Yeah.
Nice. So you're at the
What are you about? 270?
Will I be winning the free
Thanks,
bear?
Hierarchy. I appreciate it, man.
Free bear.
Are you over 300?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. I didn't want to say that. I just didn't know.
Oh,
You're
you're
just
like,
huge.
yeah.
No, just you're big. How tall are you? 6'?
I think people are missing out.
You're one. You're over.
Are you at Strawberry Festival this week?
Yes. Skinny Italian.
What up, Decaf?
Guessing everything.
No, I didn't get any, Joe. I was just, I was letting the kids do their thing. Yeah, people said Operation Pigmentation's falling off. What am I gonna do? Ugh.
You're up to 812.
Yeah, let's get those thumbs up.
I'm going to do mine right now.
Awesome. Thanks, Gary, for putting that together, man. I mean, there was no rush on it, but I'm glad it's doing good. I was checked on it a couple times last night. Oh, wow. Fuck yeah. It's all good, Wendy. I don't know what people want. We got like 15 podcasts, you know. It's okay if they're into other ones. Hey, what up, Hockey Farmer?
How you doing, group of lips? Good morning.
Thanks, Fred. I got to go back and listen to it. I forgot what we even talked about. Oh, the tattoo face guy. Trying to get that guy on the show. What up, Permagrom? Thanks, Decaf. He was looking down at his computer. That's why I was like, I freaked out. I didn't think he was like looking at me at all.
broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Napa Mike. Napa know-how. $100 in the PayPal. Thank you. I've not been keeping up with that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Napa Know-how. $100, PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. All at the Bubba Army. What's our YouTube, Lummy? Thumb it up as now the 1,000 is our standard.
Please.
Are we up to 800 yet?
Oh yeah, we're past 800.
We got about an hour and 2 minutes to get 200.
I'm hitting refresh now. Looks like we're at 818. So
182. Yeah, there you go.
Left. Let's go.
Please don't let the ability not to get 1,000 on poor little Jay's conscience. Please
hit it for Jay.
For Jay.
Please.
The more responsible Diaco. Actual Dan's boss. He doesn't like to be reminded that.
Co-equal branches of government.
Co-equal as you're sitting here today. Not co-equal. Equal when you're sitting at your desk, my friend.
Depends what desk we're at.
It does. Lummy, this is the Patel guy. He's been confirmed the head of the FBI. I think this is him welcoming Dan Bongino.
No, this is his opening speech. He hasn't officially welcomed Dan Bongino.
Oh, he hasn't. This is just now. It was 7 minutes. You cut it down to 50. Thank you.
Yeah.
And this is just like a 50-second high spot.
Yeah, because he had a really good speech. That 7-minute speech was really good. But there's a high spot here.
Pam Bondi had just sworn him in, and he's basically giving his speech of acceptance to a room full of people that supported him through all those crazy congressional hearings.
This is effing crazy.
Now, what's his background, RJ? What's his background?
They say it right now. He's a first-generation immigrant from India. That's what he says. Who would have imagined? Listen, it's unbelievable.
Is he from the FBI? Does he have FBI?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so he has served the FBI.
Sure. He was a lawyer for the Department of Justice. He has been in the White House as a special advisor.
He's a director of national intelligence.
Yep. Under the Trump administration. So he's got the chops to be in this job.
So obviously you don't.
Who's the brunette?
His girl.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah. Whoa.
I knew you'd go
Get
there.
here alone. I'm here because of God. I'm here because of my family, and I'm here because of my friends. And you're literally in this room because you made it happen. My sister, Nisha, and my nephew, Aryan, flew in from London just to be here. My beautiful girlfriend, Alexis, is here.
Oh, girlfriend. Alexis. Yeah. Mm.
Yes,
I mean, women like power.
Look, at least he addresses it right here.
Women like power. And boy, being the head of the FBI is pretty powerful, ain't it?
Yes.
Yes, I agree. My aunts and uncles are here. They've come from all over the country. I am living the American dream. And anyone
Why can't I start living the American dream again?
That's right.
that thinks the American dream is dead, just look right here. You're talking to a first-generation Indian kid who's about to lead the law enforcement community, the greatest nation on God's green earth. That can't happen anywhere else.
I'm hoping
Trump is so racist, isn't he?
I'm hoping that 2025 is the year that I catch a break.
I think it could be.
Hopefully.
I think, that documentary puts a real honest spin on things, and it shows how corrupt the government is and all these weird ways that your life tied into what happened to the president. It's really, really well done, and I hope that, with that comes a new scrutiny of what happened 11 years ago. That would be amazing.
And most of the information, most people have no idea.
And it's all public record. That's what's amazing.
And people that have hated me for whatever my involvement was. Well, I had major involvement, but people that have hated me, maybe chose sides. This just kind of lays it all out for you to
make your own judgment,
wade through it, and maybe have a different perspective as to what went down. Joy Reid, and Alex Wagner axed from MSNBC. MSNBC really needs to realize that Donald Trump being the president is the only thing that's going to keep your lights on, because had Kamala Harris won, and you're just going to start being a little tongue wagger for her. Listen, Rush Limbaugh never did that. Well, I mean, he'd already established himself as one of the greatest, but what got Rush Limbaugh to prominence was when Bill Clinton won.
Oh, yeah.
Beat George Herbert Walker Bush and then be a two-termer, gave Rush Limbaugh 8 years of just, crucifying Bill Clinton. That's what, but Rush was way more masterful, way more intelligent than Joy Reid. Just wouldn't say really, I mean,
incendiary, inflammatory,
defamatory,
crazy
slanderous,
stuff.
Defaming. I mean, like Joy Reid has really made an ass out of herself. MSNBC is going to hold on to you, man, if you hate Trump. If you hate Trump, they're going to hold on to you.
Yep.
If you're smart and calculated in your hate and you don't put them at possible litigation by comparing him to Hitler and things like that, they're going to hold on to you because they need people to hate Trump and have, smart, intelligent dialogue as to why Trump sucks. That's what MSNBC, CNN, that's what they need. They need people that have intelligent, potential opinions that are non-defamatory, non-slander, non-defamation, but instead their opinion framed intelligently to show you how much of a piece of shiz Donald Trump is.
Now,
that's what they need.
You're brilliant, because that's what they just did. They have somebody called Rachel Maddow, who is essentially the Rush Limbaugh of the left. And she's really gained her legs during the Trump administration when she was out
she's
there.
cutting 70. She's cutting 770s almost every day.
Right, but you know what they just did is now they brought her back. She was down to 1 day a week during Biden.
She's going back.
She's going back to 5 days a week.
They just need to. They need to have a guy like J. Diaco roll up in her, tell her how to frame her opinions. Tell her how to not get herself into some litigation slings and to frame her opinions a lot more smartly than she is now.
Yep.
What does Joy Reid do? She doesn't. Here's the things that she says, and this is why she got fired.
Well, just so Rachel Maddow is actually going back to 1 day a week.
It went 5
in April.
Okay.
And then they're going to give Jen Psaki an extra hour now.
All right.
So
Jen Psaki hates on Trump.
Sure does.
Hold on. Jen Psaki hates on Trump less litigiously than Rachel Maddow.
Yeah, because she was a press secretary. She knows how to say it.
So that's a good move. But you need, and a woman helps, you need a woman in there just laying the coals to Trump, forming it in the right way. But this is what you don't need. And this is why Joy Reid no longer has a job.
Loser of the week to MSNBC's Joy Reid. Good grief, this woman. She's carrying so much fear that the fear is just perpetuating violently. Here she is now comparing Donald Trump's administration to that of Adolf Hitler's again.
Now, as a broadcaster, regardless if you're Jewish, regardless if you're anti-Semitic, regardless if you're Christian, regardless if you're atheist, agnostic, Catholic, Muslim, it doesn't matter. The minute that you compare somebody to Adolf Hitler, you're in trouble. That is a no-go zone. That is an absolute no-go zone. And during this little spiel, this happens to be one of the little spiels that got her fired, never does she say, in my opinion, I don't know it to be true, rumor has it. None of that is framed. Instead, it comes across as if it's her opinion and it's fact. Here we go. Watch.
Similarities to what happened in Germany and what's happening now in America are just undeniable. History may not repeat verbatim, but it sure does rhyme.
Oh, please, Prue. You know, the majority of Americans actually voted Donald Trump in because they don't believe he's Hitler. They don't believe he is a dictator. How long can she keep up this act for?
Well, she's a one-trick pony. She's got nothing else. She's an airhead, basically, and she's so full of bitterness, let's face it. Look, I just think she's entertaining now. Trump probably just gets a lot of laugh out of it, and you know, we really have to say that those Sheilas have, you know, their view on life is so passé now. I can't imagine that show surviving. Yeah. It's just so toxic. Why would anyone?
Can you find me a longer Joy Reid? Is that her name?
Joy Reid, yeah.
Can you find? There was a longer rant that she had. I picked the shorter of the two accidentally, where she just went on, and she compared Trump to Mussolini. She compared Trump to Adolf Hitler. She compared Trump to a couple other just absolute really bad people. Never in her opinion or in her narrative did she say, this is my opinion. This is, you know, I don't know this to be true.
Why do you think those Aussies are so passionate about American politics?
I think the Aussies are compassionate about people not just being hate-driven, but being a little bit more informative-driven.
I think I sent you about the...
I think they hold people a little bit more to the truth standard, Seth, than just to the hate standard.
Sky News has a couple of particular broadcasters that do some really funny things about American politics. I've always wondered that too, Seth. I don't know why they're so enamored by it. I think it's because the United States sets the policies for the world.
I think we have so much free speech that they're enamored by how outlandish things credible news reporters can say. I think they're held to a higher standard of credibility. And I think when they see people like Joy Reid and stuff like that going completely off the Richter scale as far as being a responsible journalist, that they're enamored by it. And they can play it for shock value because they're not saying it. If anybody understands what I'm saying,
Yes,
like almost like
reaction
wow.
videos, almost like reaction videos.
Yeah, almost
on YouTube.
like God. These people in America are heathens.
I'm sure a lot of these people watch America just for the entertainment value, though.
Oh yeah, they absolutely do. Here we go.
Begin our final sprint, having arrived at that point in the election season where basically we on this side of the TV screen have said all we can. We've laid out the stakes in this crucial election, where one side stands for freedom while the other meets the textbook definition of fascism.
Hold on. And standards and practices only needed for her to infuse one word. It's our opinion that one side's this way, and it's our opinion that the other side's the other way. Boom. You're covered. Opinions are simply that. So, you know, for her to make these very, very, very defaming and slanderous statements that are going to be coming here momentarily, all Jay could have been saved by, this is strictly our opinion.
Right, and political opinion is even more protected
Right,
speech.
it's even more.
Meets the textbook definition of fascism, namely a far-right dictatorial regime like Hitler's Germany or Franco's Spain or Mussolini's Italy, but also white-ruled South Africa before Mandela and the black majority took control, or Vladimir Putin's Russia, Viktor Orban's Hungary, or Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela today, that suppresses the rights of women and minorities, uses the military to execute the whims of a strongman dictator.
And again, we don't know this to be true, but we've heard that the following do the following, right? Jay, at that point, they're covered.
Yeah,
at that point, they are covered. We don't know this to be true, but our intel says and shows and has told us that they do this, 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 and this.
It's so hyperbolic. If she just said the words, my opinion, she'd be cleared.
And we've been told. We don't know this to be true.
It's fair, in my opinion, to make a comparison between this and that.
In our investigation, we have found this, this, and this in our opinion.
And controls and suppresses the press, education, the arts, rewrites history to suit a favored and dominant...
This is all presented to you as fact.
This is the night of the election.
Yep.
Racial class, and foments extravagant corruption in order to enrich the dictator and his friends.
I can see why I can't believe she didn't. I can't believe there's not a huge tort claim.
I wonder if there will be.
Should be.
Mm-hmm.
Should be. Well, she's gone now. MSNBC fired her.
See you later.
A lot of times, Jay, you will tell me, I mean, you'll be able to probably testify that large corporations, when they have a personality that is just unhinged and has gone off the deep end on saying some stuff, that it's easier to fire them than to fight their battle.
For sure.
It's easier to say, bye-bye, and trust me, I've been on that side of the fence. Was it easier for Clear Channel to tell the United States government, in lieu of $755,000 fines and in lieu of our license renewal at WXTB being held up, we'll just fire the guy. We'll fire him.
Problem solved.
Boom. When I return, P. Diddy, one of Sean P. Diddy Combs' defense lawyers, quit the disgraced music mogul's producer's criminal sex trafficking case. The New Court Papers show.
Do you think he think he believed that Diddy was guilty? Is that why you think he jumped off? Because he said he cannot do this in any way. I mean, he seemed like he was disgusted almost.
Well, maybe he was reading into it.
Under no circumstances can I continue to effectively serve as counsel for Sean Combs, the lawyer wrote in the Manhattan federal affidavit. It is respectfully but regrettably requested that the court grant a relief requested.
That's standard language.
The lawyer didn't elaborate on why he wanted to step down, but noted the decision came after speaking with Combs' lead counsel. The attorney suggested the cause for his affidavit, David, is because the brevity of it is because he didn't want to divulge any information protected by
attorney-client.
So, Jay, I got to go to words, but could one think that maybe as these attorneys are laying out the strategy of his defense, this particular attorney is like, I can't consciously go for that.
This is the same attorney that represented terrorists in the 9/11 and the 93 pipe bombing in the World Trade Center. Yeah,
I don't think so.
Osama bin Laden.
Yeah. So he'll represent Osama bin Laden and the people that that possibly framed 9/11, but he draws the line at P. Diddy's baby oil parties.
Well,
might have been trafficking.
Now, Jay, have you ever pulled off a case?
Yeah, and the language is brief because it's what's required by law. So in Florida, you have to say the words irreconcilable differences without saying, I've tried to call my client 10 times and never called me back. It's you go in and you sign an affidavit as an officer of the court and you say, Your Honor, my client and I have irreconcilable differences. We're unable to continue working in the attorney-client relationship. Can we get 60 days for the client to get a new lawyer? Now, that may happen because of something as simple as a communication breakdown. It could be a lie from the client to the lawyer. It could be the lawyer having difficulty with the case and not believing it anymore. And in this case, I think could be just a clash among the lawyers. There's a lot of big personalities, and it said after discussions with his lead counsel.
Well, there are 6 defense attorneys.
Maybe you have a bunch of JDiacos in the room and they can't get along with each other because they've all got huge personalities. And so I don't want to be told by some other guy what to do if I think that I'm doing it the right way. Now, that's not me. I would have an open mind and keep as many people as I could that are experts.
Or, Jay, it could be you've not touched on the fact that philosophically you could have a way different legal strategy than what these other 5 are coming up with, and you're like, guys, it's my belief, it's my understanding that that's probably not going to work, and I would do it this way. And they're like, no, we're not doing it that way. And they're like, okay. And then you're like, okay, well, I'm not co-signing with how you want to do it. I'm out.
Exactly.
I'm not going to put my good name on this case if I can't have my thumb or at least some say so as to the direction of where we're going. And you guys, it could show that how outlandish their defense could potentially be. That a normal thinking, good attorney wants out because he knows it's a pie in the sky type deal.
I agree. I think that there's all those possibilities, and it could also be, like Seth said, he's just disgusted with the case and doesn't want to deal with it anymore. I doubt that's the situation if he represented, terrorists. However, I do think that lawyers have big personalities, and there's a good chance what you're saying is what the situation is. I think the best way to handle the defense is A. You think the best way to handle the defense is B. We're clashing over that. There's nothing I can do to fix that. I'm out.
We'll get to that more in depth than we already have next.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Up to 881, everybody. We're close. 882. "41 minutes. We got 1,300 on. Come on, everybody. Let's do this. Good morning, Lee Thomas Gilson, Big Longer. How you doing, my friend? I know you smashed the like button because you always do. What up, Double XL? Steve? Gary Cantrell, how's everyone doing? Bubba Wendy. What's up, Snizuki? J. Law Bronco? Glenn Longnecker, how's everyone doing? Highway 73, what's going on in New Jersey? 892, we're getting there. Come on. Weekend was good, Nick. Thank you.
Come on, Thumb and Likens. We need about 100. 106. Bubba Wendy. Ned's his. Herpes. Nick the Gun Guy. I'm sure
Good
you guys.
morning, Michael Ramos Sr.
We got 1,300 in here.
Hit the like button if you haven't yet.
Spitting Cobra.
1,300 is a good number, everybody. We're there. We're getting there. Come on. What's up? Holyoke Joe, the Supermark. Appreciate that. Right back at you, my friend.
Oh, Thomas.
What up,
Gilson, Mitch DeMar.
Is your dad getting fat treatment?
Those planes are coming fast.
Say again?
Those planes are coming fast. They're coming faster than normal.
We're over 900. Ned's Herbs. Good morning, Troy from Canada. Out here in Lakeland. Is your brother up there? It's nice meeting you guys. I do, Tampa Terry. I like him. He just survived brain cancer, too. And he's somebody that would have taken a bullet for Obama, even though he didn't agree with his politics. So, yeah, I like him. He's a selfless dude.
Good morning, Bulldog Tommy.
Yeah, drop the chat if you're on your phone, and you can do a thumbs up. And then you can go right back to chat, guys. You know, late night sanity, that's been the question of our lives. What's up, Rudy? 9:10. I agree with that.
What's up, Rudy?
$9.20.
Thank you, Lewis. Big ups to Lewis. LM?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Love me, my boy, Raffy Jr. from Power Screen, Florida, has contacted me and said, you're not getting the Chieftain 400, my friend. You're getting the Titan 600.
Whoa.
A way better machine.
That's awesome.
The Titan 600. Thank you, Raffy Jr. Appreciate you, kid. Look forward to dealing with Power Screen, Florida, based out of Lakeland, Florida, for years to come. Buck and Young Boy, and One-Eyed Billy and myself, Merch Crick, Weed Whipper Greg, Drunk Dave, we're all going to be out there busting our ass. Hopefully, Lummy, getting as much material cleaned as that I could use for an entire year.
That would be awesome.
Oh, just in one weekend. Busted my ass. This is the P. Diddy story right here.
5-year-old Diddy, a.k.a. Sean John Combs, Puff Daddy, Puffy, P. Diddy, is a classic
Jailbird Willie.
Shakespearean tragedy, showbiz style. It began to go very wrong last March when the feds raided his homes in L.A. and Miami.
Jay, will he be penniless? I mean, like, will they, between the attorneys, between the people that are alleging to have been touched, raped, sodomized, just all the things that however many counts that are against him, because there's two sides to there's two sides to every prosecutable and non-prosecutable story. There's a criminal side, and then you got that civil gimmick.
Mm-hmm.
Always. With everything.
He's got a lot of civil cases against him that are millions and millions of dollars of exposure. I think he's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, though. So,
oh yeah, he's a billionaire.
No, he was. I think Jay's a billionaire.
Well, he's probably got enough cheese to take care of it all, but it's not going to go away easy.
But how much is that cheese worth when you got 20 years in prison?
That's not worth it. So, one of the things about that guy withdrawing is today they also filed a big motion to strike all of the evidence they found in the search warrants. And they're trying to go with this consensual sex defense. And so maybe that guy didn't believe in the consensual sex defense. I don't know, but there's a huge motion that was filed today with his current team of lawyers.
I mean, to go with a consensual sex defense, that's the defense. What does the prosecution have? Not every potential victim is just going to go tongue wag and say, oh, yeah, it was consensual. Every one of them is going to fight him every step of the way.
They said that part of the videos were concealed from him. So say there was a part of the video where it shows, somebody getting, taken advantage of by a male prostitute. And then half an hour before it shows them taking drugs voluntarily. Well, is that exculpatory evidence? And should that be considered by the court? So I think they're getting down to those kind of nuances.
Horrifying footage of Diddy brutally attacking his then-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, in a hotel hallway in 2016.
I mean, this is criminal.
And he settled with her, I believe.
I know, but can I ask you a question? Mm-hmm. If somebody settles with you, and then a state attorney, a district attorney, a federal attorney, an FBI, an AOG, whatever, they see this, and they're like, listen, I don't care what you guys settled for. This is a crime.
That's exactly what happened.
And so, this is a crime of battery. This is all types of crime. And they could care less of any settlement or any earlier non-pros, right?
It's my understanding, if I remember correctly, that the first time we ever saw this was when she filed the lawsuit against him. He didn't settle it, and then this came out, and he settled it right away.
Exactly.
And we talked about how easy it would have been just to settle it right away, keep it confidential. It's a 2016 video, and it came out in 23.
Now, could there be a statute of limitations criminally where he potentially may not be prosecutable due to the fact that it has battery has a 3 to 5 year statute of limitations?
Yeah, but the feds know how to tic-tac all those charges on top of each other and extend statutes of limitations and stuff. So I'm sure they have plenty in the last 4 years on those tapes.
Was leaked and went viral.
Maybe.
He quickly apologized, settled with Ventura, but his problems were just starting.
The world-famous Sean Diddy Combs is expected to be arraigned on federal charges this morning.
Diddy is being charged.
And Jay, because the lawyer knows the allegations. The lawyer knows, the judge, Your Honor, knows the allegations, knows what the prosecution is holding him for. And so for Your Honor, a judge to deny a $50 million bond offer where he turns in his passport, where he wears an ankle monitor, where he cannot have an electronic cellular device, where he, basically just has to stay at home and, by the pool all day, can't have a phone, can't travel. I guess you could just watch TV all day, can't communicate with anybody. For a judge to turn that away, that's saying something. I mean, that's one of the largest bond offerings I've ever heard of. Have you ever heard of a $50 million bond package with those constraints? No.
It's very unusual.
Not even from the most famous of famous people.
It's designed to keep him in jail.
Right.
Charged with racketeering and sex trafficking.
And you feel, because I don't know, I think if you have the money, you can call a plane and say, come pick me up. I don't have a passport, but fly me to a Belize or to Fiji. Fly me to a country that doesn't have a U.S. extradition.
He's a huge flight risk because he's got planes, he's got passports, he's got places all over the world. He could go to Belize immediately and be like, I'm chilling.
There are countries that don't recognize federal extradition programs,
For
right?
sure. Isn't that where didn't McAfee, the guy from the
he went to
virus thing? I think
he
it's
went to
Belize.
Belize.
So I think there's a handful of countries around the world
Now,
that
if you're
do
in
not
Belize and you're just chilling out and you ain't causing no problems, can America send agents down there to get you? Or no, because Belize doesn't work with our agents.
They would have to kidnap them.
Right.
Oh, so you have to probably have armed guards, like guarding you against guerrilla kidnappers that are really U.S. Marshals, right?
Yeah, I think he.
You just couldn't be in Belize laying on the sand, going down to the marketplace, doing your own Belize thing. I think that the U.S. government would find out that you're in Belize, send down, their undercover guerrilla marketing, go out and get them.
Well, I think what he was doing, which I think a lot of people do, is
with the McAfee guy.
Yeah, he was paying the government, and he was getting security from the government too. Like they were giving him soldiers. And then
Now
updates.
the three-time Grammy-winning rapper, record producer,
But when you offer the court $50 million bond package, relinquishing your passport, no cellular communications, you can't leave your property, you have to have an ankle monitor, and they say no, there's some pretty heavy allegations that we've not seen. In fact, I don't know, Jay, that the prosecution has tipped their hand yet as to what they got. Have they? I don't think they have.
I think they released the indictment before, but I'm looking it up right now.
record executive and fashion designer, once the toast of New York and LA, not to mention the Hamptons and Saint-Tropez, is cooling his heels at the notorious Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. He's been there since his September arrest on racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking charges. Now he's given up on getting out on bail and will be in jail until his trial.
So he's given up. He's going to be there until trial time.
Yep, they've released
May
the indictment too.
2020.
They've what?
They have released the indictment with all the specific charges.
Oh, they have?
Oh, alleging that Combs used force, coercion, and threats to cause at least 3 female victims, identified only by number, quote, to engage in commercial sex acts, end quote, something he referred to as freak-offs. But others involved only Combs and a female victim, according to the indictment.
5. Even Jay-Z's gotten dragged into the mess.
Jay-Z needs to worry about next year's Super Bowl.
He needs to worry about more than that right now. If he's
recently
on a video.
accused of raping a minor along with Diddy at an MTV VMAs after party.
They not us.
In 2000. Now, Jay-Z hasn't been charged with anything and is fighting back very aggressively. Diddy, too, insists he's not guilty of all the charges against him. He also says he's innocent of all the claims against him in dozens of civil lawsuits filed in recent months by both women and men.
And again, this comes on the heels of he had 6 very high-powered attorneys in his legal beagle team, in his dream team. One of them quit this past weekend. That's what this whole thing stems from.
Now, they claim in many cases that he drugged, groped, and raped.
I mean, I think I would find somebody more than, the age of my mother to do this report.
them. Diddy's accused of orchestrating creepy sex parties known as freak-offs in the early 2000s. These ragers were said to be elaborate, high-profile affairs, which the feds say were really day-long sex orgies. But the freak-offs, the white parties, they're all a thing of the past now. Instead of waking up in one of his luxurious mansions, Diddy wakes up to cinder block walls. The jail has housed everyone from R. Kelly to Sam.
You notice how you don't hear anything about R. Kelly. Now, has he already been to trial and he was found guilty and he was sentenced?
Yeah, he's sentenced. He's in jail.
He's in Rikers Island.
All right, and he wasn't it 20 plus years?
30 years.
30 years.
Yeah.
Hey, Alexa, what type of sentence did R. Kelly get?
I don't have an answer for that.
Hey, Alexa.
Didn't he get like 100 years or something?
What was R. Kelly's sentence?
Let me bang.
R. Kelly's penalty is awaiting trial. By the way, you have a new notification. Do you want to hear it?
No.
R. Kelly already serving 30 years for sex trafficking, sentenced to 20 years in federal child porn case.
So, hold on. Already serving 30.
Yes.
And now, Jay, is that a tack on the 20?
I don't
already
know if
serving
it's
30.
Or if it's concurrent.
It's concurrent.
Now, what does that mean? It runs with it, so it means that then it doesn't really count.
Right.
So if you're serving 30 and they give you 20, but it's concurrent, that didn't mean nothing. Because you already got 10 more than that.
Right. And if it's consecutive, that would be 50.
But it's concurrent, so it doesn't mean nothing. So he's got 30 years, Lummy.
Yes.
Right? How old is R. Kelly? 50, like 60? He's my age?
I think he's in his 50s.
Hey, Alexa, how old is R. Kelly?
R. Kelly is 58 years old.
He's my age.
Yeah.
So 30 from that is what? 88?
Good luck.
Yeah.
1 foot in the grave.
You're not making it.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
What'd Sam Bankman-Fried get?
He's that's a great question.
Hey, Alexa, how many years did Sam Bankman-Fried get sentenced to prison?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
This bitch didn't know nothing.
Lummy, 25 years.
25 years?
Yes.
President Trump's former fixer, Michael Cohen, spent time there as well and called it, quote, disgusting with, quote, horrifying conditions.
What was he guilty of? We're not getting into all that. Well, we can.
I think it was taxi medallions and tax stuff. Had nothing to do with anything else.
No. He had a lot of interaction with with Keith Davidson, though.
Witness at trial.
I know the person that actually flipped on him and turned him in was Keith Davidson. And he got nothing. Keith Davidson walked scot-free to cooperate with the feds. Keith Davidson fed the feds every ounce of correspondence that he ever had with Cohen. And they were able to walk into a judge and get a full-blown search warrant on information that they knew already existed.
And unless I missed something, I don't remember a cross-examination about what the basis of his quote-unquote cooperating witness was, the terms of were.
No, I'll tell you the terms what it was.
I would have cross-examined the crap out of him on that one.
Either way, it's a long way from Diddy's life as a rap icon, but there are those who believe that how it begins is often how it ends.
How does it begin?
I was a cub reporter on the night.
Karma finally catches up with Diddy decades after fatal stampede at a New York City game he promoted. A bunch of people get trampled?
Yeah, I think so.
Night shift 33 years ago this month when we heard there'd been a riot at a City College of New York charity basketball game organized by a then unknown Puffy that ended in a deadly stampede. 9 people died. The tragedy might have stopped some careers in their tracks, but not Diddy's. Despite decades of scandals, which included a...
She looks like they got Carol Bascom's to do this story.
Some Benson Henson teeth.
Nightclub shooting in 1999 involving Diddy, his then girlfriend Jennifer Lopez, and rapper Jamal Shine Barrow, Diddy kept growing in wealth, power, and influence.
He made Shine take the rap.
Diddy's father, Melvin.
He did?
Yeah, it was him. He
Melvin
made Shine do
O'Connor.
it.
So it was P. Diddy, and he said, Shine, take the rap.
Yeah, Shine went to jail for it.
Probably got paid too, right?
I don't know. They just had an interview with him where he was not happy about the situation, so I don't think he got enough. If any at all.
Was a small-time drug dealer shot dead in his car when Diddy was just 3 years old. Diddy has so far avoided that fate, but his professional life has taken what seems to be a fatal hit. At least his kids, he's got 7 by several different women, are sticking by him, along with his mother, Janice Combs. He's got some of the best lawyers money can buy, but it may not be enough to save him this time.
He's done.
Yeah.
He's going to get an R. Kelly deal, 30 years.
You think that's it? 30?
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, I signed an executive.
Oh, this is the chick from Maine, the governor from Maine that tries to get a little lippy with Don. And,
Yes.
And you know.
Good luck.
And yeah. And this is I think this is at like a governor's meeting.
It was a governor's banquet lunch.
Yeah. So,
Friday.
50 or so, maybe a few didn't make it, but even if you're a Democratic governor, it's cool to go to the White House and get a free meal and
why not?
network with other governors. The Democrats probably stick together, Republicans probably stick together.
But
Two weeks
he'll
ago-
give you an opportunity to speak to him, whereas the Biden administration would be hidden off and no Republican governor would be able to speak to Biden. Right now, if anyone wants to go up and talk to him, you can. Guaranteed.
2 weeks ago, I signed an executive order banning men from playing in women's sports. Many Democrats are fighting me on that. I hope you continue because you'll never win another race. The NCAA has complied immediately, by the way. That's good.
Which, by the way, if the NCAA agrees with your ruling and has complied, then that would show that maybe the ruling is good or is at least, fair.
Yeah.
Because, they're the sanctioning body. They're the ones. If they were opposed to it, then, maybe things could be different.
Good, but I understand Maine. Is Maine here, the governor of Maine? Well, are you not going to comply with it?
I'm complying with state and federal laws.
I'm complying with state and federal laws. And so Donald tells her I'm the federal law.
Well, we are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it because you're not going to get any federal funding at all if you don't. And by the way, your population, even though it's somewhat liberal, although I did very well there, your population doesn't want men playing in women's sports.
And he's probably right. Even Democratic cities and Democratic states don't want men playing in women's sports.
It's an 80-20 issue, and they're on the absolute wrong side of it, Bubba. You're so right.
And here's the deal, man. This is what makes the Democratic Party weird. The Democratic Party was not built upon this weirdness.
Nope.
The Democratic Party was not built on allowing men to play women's sports. The Democratic Party was not built upon all of this stuff, this very fringe 1%er stuff that they've gotten so far down the beaten path on that they've lost what the Democratic Party that Bill Clinton, what the Democratic Party of Barack Obama, the Democratic Party of John F. Kennedy, the Democratic Party of
John Morgan.
Of John Morgan.
Correct.
Right.
I mean, when John Morgan says, "I'm now an independent because my party has left me," then that shows.
You got a problem
by the way,
when you're losing your donors. Big donors.
That is one of your whales. When Barack Obama came to Orlando, he stayed at John Morgan's house.
Right.
When Bill Clinton came to Orlando, he stayed at John Morgan's house. And when John Morgan says, Democratic Party's left me, because they get so far down the road in this minutia of stupid stuff, weird stuff, that doesn't matter. Go back to your core. Go back to 1990 and look at what the Democratic Party stood for then and double down on that. That's what could save your party. Go back to some of the Mount Rushmores of Democrat and go back and see what Franklin FDR stood for. Go back and see what John F. Kennedy stood for.
How about Bobby Kennedy?
Go back.
He became a Republican.
Go back and see what got Bill Clinton to be a two-termer and Barack Obama and triple down on that.
Did very well there. Your population doesn't want men playing in women's sports. So you better comply, because otherwise you're not getting any federal funding. See you in court. Every state. Good. I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one. And enjoy your life after governor, because I don't think you'll be in elected politics.
I actually like it. I like that swag. I like it a lot. Speaking of which, the new Los Angeles District Attorney, State Attorney, the Nathan, what is it, Hochman does not support overturning the Menendez brothers murder convictions. It looks like they're not getting out.
Uh-oh.
This was a Hail Mary.
I thought they were going to be home for Thanksgiving.
That's what the old guy said, but he got beat by 36 points.
Yeah.
Man, they
I mean, man, can you imagine they were that close,
They
Seth?
got their hopes up.
Remember that hearing, they were even like, man,
I even watched that stupid show or documentary when I
know
came
you
in.
did. You can't get that time back, Seth.
No, I can't. I had to get on their side for America.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
I can't even imagine. I mean, look, I can't imagine killing anybody, but I also can't imagine thinking I was about to get out of the slammer and then be told, not a chance.
You killed your parents?
Not a chance.
That was just to promote the Netflix documentary series.
I mean,
NASCAR race finish controversy?
I would believe that for me.
I sent it to you. I guess there's a big controversy on how they ended the race. Of what? NASCAR last night. I didn't see it. I sent the final lap.
All right, you send it to me, bud?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Those tires, Blaney. Bosabar to the outside. Big run's coming into turn 3. Here we go. And there you go. It's going to be whoever gets there first with that push on the outside. And Bosabar to the caution. Caution is out. Crashing into turn number 3. Who was in the lead? Hosevar was right there between Larson, Bell, Hosevar. Which one is it, guys? Josh Berry is all piled up. Let's have a look here at the moment that caution light comes on. Ooh, I think it's From what I can see, guys, Christopher Bell, no wonder they're celebrating. You never know how to end these races.
First closers interview, and we'll continue on to victory lane. Is Pony is your race winner?
Christopher Bell. Not a lot of help coming. Did they get a run? Here comes those tires. Blaney. Hocevar to the outside. Big run's coming into turn 3. Here we go. And there you go. It's going to be whoever gets there first with that push on the outside. And Hocevar to the caution. Caution is out. Crashing into turn number 3. Who was in the lead? Hocevar was right there between Larson, Bell, Hocevar. Which one is it, guys?
Josh Berry is all held up. Let's have a look here at the moment that caution line.
Christopher Bell's in the win. He won.
I think they're saying that the caution, it shouldn't have affected it because it was in turn 3. The caution had nothing to do with the race.
I think it's, from what I can see, guys, Christopher Bell, no wonder they're celebrating. You never know how to end these races.
First closers interview, and we'll continue on.
Oh, so they're saying because the race was behind them,
yeah,
they should have allowed it?
Yeah, and it was in overtime, and they just, finished the race.
That race director couldn't fucking make a BLT sandwich without directions.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just reading a comment.
I know.
Hey, Sponge, can I work out in your gym after the show?
What do you want to do?
Just do like 20 minutes because I can't go for a walk because of the conditions.
Sure.
I'll take my shoes off.
Yeah, the argument is they should have let him race to the flag.
You're good.
Let them race. Let them race. Let them race.
You tell him, Seth.
I love racing, wrestling, and the KKK.
Whoa.
Sorry. Oh my God. I'm sorry. That was an outburst. It's a new me. I'm working on a new me.
Are you working on it?
Yes. New year, new me. The Grand Wizard of the Almighty Blizzard.
Whoa.
Thank you.
You buy you a Bubba Wallace shirt.
Why, is he KKK?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait, no, he's black, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I get it.
The Georgia
Is he racing still? I thought he wasn't good.
He's really good.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder if referee Fred's a real referee.
It's referee Fred. He is.
No, I believe it.
That's the NFL college ref.
Man, there was a good ass referee at the YMCA for my daughter's game this weekend.
Did they win?
Oh, hold on, I took a picture. Took a picture of the scoreboard. Stand by. We lost 26-6.
Oh, 6. Okay.
26-6.
Is that the most points they've scored this year?
It might have had 8 one game.
Oh, okay.
So we dropped to 0-5. That was a loss to the Pelicans. We got 3 games left.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy has sent me there's a big controversy on the Atlanta NASCAR race. And the controversy being, and I am a race director of pretty much all races that happened happen at Bubba Raceway Park or
and that's a big deal.
Or Ocala Speedway. Yes, I run the entire. It's like I run the whole thing.
You're in charge of all the safety, the coordination, and for people that don't know that, it's a very big responsibility
All
for the
yellows,
person that's in charge of
all calls on the track. If a guy spins another guy out, who to penalize, who to put to the rear, who to give the position back to. I run the entire race. I dispatch the wrecker crews. Of course, I got One-Eye Billy that also helps me. He runs the wrecker crew. I talk to Billy. Billy gets them out. I talk to the flagmen. I talk to the scorers.
You talk to the drivers.
I talk to the drivers. I'll be like, number 12, you're behind the 22. 12 behind the 22. All right, lights down, going green in the restart zone. Let me, I think one time I went live on Facebook or YouTube race directing.
Oh, really?
But I should do that maybe next time.
Oh, yeah.
But Jay, I'm thinking about getting a hold of my buddy JR from K1 and getting a new race car suit outfit. And Danny said I don't, because I don't want to buy another Hans because Hans are so expensive. So Dan said I could use his. But there's this dude who's got an extra Crown Vic, 4.6 Crown Vic, and he let me take it around the track a couple times after USAC. And I was just ripping.
It's fun, right?
I was ripping on it. So I might start racing 4.6 Crown Vics again at my track. So if that happens, I'll race direct until it's time to get into my car. I'll have somebody else race direct.
I'll come watch it. I tell you, when I went up to Bubba Raceway Park and I watched you race direct, I was enamored being in the box with you guys and watching you do it. It was really interesting to see like the inner workings of how the race director interacted with all the other personnel on the track and the drivers. I thought it was awesome. I can't wait to see you drive again.
It's like a short order cook, man. You're so busy.
It is,
so many other things. Well, this race director and NASCAR made a huge mistake because one of the things, if you're on the last lap, you're on the white flag, and you're coming to checker. Now, I just got a little 3/8, high banked clay oval. But let's say the white flag is flown, and my guys, I got a 3 or 4 car, jostle, people, 2 or 3 cars are jostling for the lead. And, 2 or 3 cars could win this, and they're going into turn 3. And way back in turn 2, I got 2 guys that have spun each other out. I'm going to get on the radio and tell Mike the flagman, hold it to green till they until they pass the start-finish line, then immediately yellow it. So I'm going to hold it because the wreck is not anywhere near where the finish is going to be. And then I'm gonna yellow light it the minute they go through the checker. So and that is a far smaller space than this mile track.
So what does that do when you do that? Does that mean they get one more? The race continues or yellow, or it's over?
No, that means whatever the finish is, the track's live until my leaders pass through the start finish. Then whatever order they finish in is the finish of the race, and they need to slow it down because I'll say wreck in turn 2, wreck in turn coming to checker, track is live, wreck in turn 2. So that's what I would say.
So it looks like
they know that they would race their asses off, and then they got quite a bit of real estate to shut it down and avoid the spin out in turn 2.
And it looks like what the another controversy is that since they were in overtime, since they introduced the overtime,
next flag calls it.
Well, essentially it says if the race ends in a caution flag, it restarts with a green-white checkered flag, which means they get 2 extra laps.
All right. Well, here's the deal.
Didn't give them that.
Here's what I would have done. I would have, since this spin out that happened well behind the leaders, and the leaders have a half mile. After they pass after they pass the start-finish line up on a checker, they have a half mile before they're going to roll up on 2 cars that have spun out. Now, these aren't 2 cars that are flipped or that would be under a red condition because there could be a potential injury. These are 2 cars that just spun themselves out. They're both on all 4 tires. There doesn't look like to be any injuries. It's just a spin out. Now, Jay, that changes if it's a catastrophic wreck. One guy's on his lid, potentially a fire, whole 9 yards. Then you red it, and then we go back to, a green-white checker finish. But if it's just a standard spin out, we're going. We're finishing this race. So here it is.
Not a lot of help coming. They get a run. Here comes those tires. Blaney, Hocevar to the outside. Big run's coming.
By the way, Tyler used to race with Hocevar and beat him.
Really?
Yes.
Turn 3. Here we go.
But his dad had has a big paycheck.
Well, there's a lot of people. I guess Kyle Busch is not a fan of Hocevar.
Yeah, because he bought his way into NASCAR.
Okay.
There you go. It's going to be whoever gets there first with that push on the outside, and Hocevar
to the caution. Caution is out. Crashing.
So now, if you look,
into turn number 3.
All right, so if you look, the leaders are going to turn 4, coming to the checker. These two guys that got in a crash are just in a simple spin out. You can see, Jay, there's nothing catastrophic here. Neither guy's on his lid. Nobody hit the fence. It's just a spin out. And they're in turn 3. So this is at Atlanta Speedway. So the guys are going to come through the checker, and they got all of turn 1, all of turn 2, all of the backstretch until turn 3. So you can let them race to the checkered line, then checker it, and then come on and say, reckon turn 3, yellow, 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 reckon turn 3. You don't, in my opinion, stop the race and go with who was at what position of the racetrack during the checker.
Turn number 3.
Who was in the lead? Hocevar was right there between Larson, Bell, Hocevar. Which one is it, guys?
Now you can see even during the yellow, Lummy, none of these guys got off of it.
They didn't lift.
None of them. So technically during the yellow, you're supposed to immediately start slowing down, looking for the wreck. These guys didn't know what the ruling was going to be, so they kept it hammered down. And they were not even close to the. So
in the lead, Hocevar was right there between Larson, Bell, Hocevar.
They got all of this corner, all of that corner, all of this corner, all the way. I mean, the wreck's way back over here, Lummy.
Yes.
Which one is it, guys?
Josh Berry is all piled up. Let's have a look here at the moment that caution light.
So Christopher Bell is in the lead. That's how they called it. I wouldn't have thrown the caution until they crossed the checkered start-finish line. I would have checkered it, then thrown the caution, then got on the radio and said, reckon turn 3, start backing it down. Make sure you look for it.
Well, it looks like what a lot of the fans are upset about is the last 2 weeks they've had wrecks at the end, and they let the guys race to the line, and then this week they decided to caution
comes on.
Ooh.
And people are mad.
I
They're
think
inconsistent. They're being inconsistent now.
From what I can see, guys.
NASCAR sucks. NASCAR sucks. I find myself watching dirt late models, Indy, and F1 over NASCAR.
Christopher Bell. No wonder they're celebrating
it. And go-karts.
You never know how the end of these races.
For a social interview, and then we'll continue on to victory lane. Again, 20 is your race winner.
Christopher Bell scores in Atlanta after the Toyotas.
Fantastic job, Bell. Really proud of you, man. You really dug in there.
I think
not a lot of help coming. They
got to give Hocevar a break, man. He's a hell of a hand.
Hocevar sucks. His dad wrote a check.
We can't play it because it has a lot of language, but I sent you the Kyle Busch rant on
maybe I can play it. Maybe I can play it on Censored Show.
It's 11 seconds.
You couldn't hold Hocevar's jock strap or his what's the Hans device. You couldn't hold that.
Bubba would smoke Hocevar.
No, Hocevar owns Sponge.
My son might, but I won't.
You will, Bubba.
No,
you're the best.
He'd spin you out high side, will he?
I'm getting a hold of my buddy JR from K1 today. Let me see if he can send me one of those suits where I take my measurements. I'm getting me a brand new racing suit.
Oh, nice. I love a good race suit.
Yeah.
They're so much fun.
Can we measure you on the show tomorrow?
No.
Are you going to get it all embroidered up with Bubba Army stuff all over
I'm
the
going to
place?
put like Skag, on it, and Red Line, Bubba Army.
Some chevrons on the shoulders.
All my major sponsors. Ocala Speedway on the back, maybe. I don't know. Red Line.
I think the
maybe Sunbelt Rental and Synergy Equipment, Power Screen of Florida, all of that. There we go. We'll do the after show. Let's call it 40, okay? 40.
Sounds good.
Call it 40. See you then.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra, of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.